Oh, oh, good, good. Just start it.
I did. Hey, what's going on, guys? I think it's working.
Is it?
Yeah, watch live now. Alright, perfect. I'm just gonna check the quality of the stream. I look like I was hit by a train, so excuse me.
Cool, cool. Looks like it's working.
It doesn't look half bad either. Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll wait for a couple more people to get in. It's like 3 minutes into when we were supposed to. What's going on, Daniel? I got a couple earlier comments too. Probably still in here. So Blake, RCS, Highland Express, Afterlife. I think how we're gonna do this is I already have some questions lined up from yesterday when I made a post. So hey guys, Chai Sound Bimmer, this is Jules, my tuner. If you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah, it looks like I'm on quite a delay.
Okay. It shouldn't be. So that's an issue people are saying with the software, but since you are on this actual software, it's streaming you individually, so there shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, like, my hands are on my head right now, and you'll see how long it takes for my hands to get to my head.
Well, there's gonna be a delay in the stream no matter what.
Okay.
That's always gonna be a thing. So if something messes up.
All right. Well, anyway, my name is Jules. I'm I guess M5X enthusiast. I've been enjoying the platform for a really long time. And a few years ago, I started tuning open source stuff that's available. And man, it's very exciting. Really powerful. It's been a good time.
Right.
Some good powers.
He said somebody thinks you were echoing. I think that was my fault. I think I got that fixed.
They said what?
We see you normally. Your voice is busy echoing. That might be my bad. There's such a delay that by the time we fixed it, people were complaining.
Maybe. Is my voice still echoing? Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't notice one.
Yeah.
It says just echo from Jules. There's a huge delay. I just posted. I said there's a huge delay. I think I got the echo store to give me 2 minutes and let us know if there's still an echo.
Yeah.
Because I want to let the delay catch up.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is my first time ever doing a kind of
Is there a way to reduce the delay, or is that just the way it is?
I think that's just because it's going through 2 programs.
Yeah, super echoey. Oh man.
I'm trying to figure out why. Let me watch the stream. Sorry guys, like this is.
Yeah, go ahead and mute me. Watch the stream for a second.
Oh jeez, yeah.
Oh man. Well, that's because you haven't muted me.
What do you mean?
So you're hearing me over it and then back.
How? What do you want me to mute you?
Oh, here's what we need to do. I think I need to wear headphones.
That's probably what it is.
There we go. All right. Tell me if I echo now that I put on headphones, guys. Let me know if this has improved the situation. Can you hear me, Alex?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Give it a minute. Just put the headphones on.
Well, yeah, they're on a delay. Are you watching the stream on your computer?
Yeah, as in still echo or maybe both of you. Maybe.
Well, I can watch too. I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah, I think that's right.
No, there's still
right.
freaking echo. What the hell is going on? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I need headphones, but I'm not.
Right. Right. Grab some headphones. Grab some headphones.
I don't have any. Yeah, I do actually have some. Give me one moment, guys. I'm sorry.
Technical difficulties. Figuring it out. Probably soon. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is feedback. I agree. Hopefully, once he gets back with his headphones, it'll all go away.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
I can. Headphone plugged in? You got the headphone plugged in? All right, guys. Let us know now.
Yeah,
whenever you see Alex.
I'm using a program called OBS. And the thing with that is, I've heard hit or miss things. They said they fixed it because now what it does is it streams each thing individually. So like it's taking your specific audio and video from you and streaming it straight to YouTube. So they said they fixed it that way, but obviously there's some kind of issue. So.
All right, so guys, let us know. Is this echoing still? Yeah, Daniel, we're definitely going to get to you and your questions. Right now, we need to know if this is the echo. If the echo, we need to know for. I am still echoing.
Let me look.
Oh fuck. Still echo. We can deal with it for now.
Oh, Patrick, but how do you think we fix that? I'm not a computer guy. I'm.
Super echo from Jules, and Alex is delayed. Well, we're both super delayed.
Well, I think he's saying that possibly that's okay. I'll be hit by a train. I'm trying to figure out. Here, I can change a couple things.
Yeah, audio controls are going to be on your end, bud. Change input to just headphones. I mean, mine is.
Yeah, I think it means on the actual.
Restart the stream.
Possibly. Now that I have headphones in.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give that a shot. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'll go ahead and.
Yeah, give that a whirl. Real quick.
Let's start the stream back up. Well, I started and stopped it again. I think because YouTube is continuously streaming it.
Did you already restart it? Here, shut it off for like 10 seconds.
Okay. I think I have to end the stream actually on YouTube. It's gonna kill everything though. I'm gonna try stop. I'm just the biggest idiot ever.
What'd you do?
I was playing desktop audio through the recording.
Word.
And so I literally looked it up and they're like, yeah, just mute that and you should be good.
Alright guys, how is it now?
Yeah, the desktop audio was booming with your voice, and since I'm local, it wasn't obviously doing mine. Yeah, let us know if there's any kind of echo.
Yeah, it says no, RCS says no more echoing. Sweet.
Okay, yeah, that was my fault. I mean, trial and error, we got it. Hopefully the
we'll figure it out.
Okay. So. I'm gonna have a lot to edit now. Alright, perfect. Damn, your boss is walking in. Tell him this is important. It's M5X info. I'll upload videos later on it. I'll split it up into kind of the prompt.
Yeah, Kevin, if you have any questions, just send them at any point, and we'll try to get to them.
Okay, cool.
If not, we'll probably do this again later.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I'm Alex, Chi-Town Bimmer. This is Jules. The audio is kind of decent. So if you want to reintroduce yourself now that you're not an echoing mess.
So, My name is Jules. I've been playing with the M5X platform for a long time now. I've had my 330 coupe since 2004. I turboed it in early, like January 2009, um, with the Technique Tuning Nick G kit, which was a very starter kit. Got me in the game, figuring out how things worked. At least the hardware side for sure. Oh shit! Looks like my computer lost the stream.
Really? You're still on.
Yeah, it's like loading. Okay, well, hopefully for other people it didn't. But for me, it's like loading.
I'm watching the stream. It's good. More or less. No, yeah, we're good if you just want to continue.
Yeah. So anyway, it in the past few years, I've started playing with the open source stuff that's available for MS41, 42, and 43, and I'm still not the most seasoned of tuners, but I've definitely fixed a good number of tunes, and I've made a handful of my own.
Yeah, speaking of which, the guy from yesterday with the arcade tunes, I don't know if he contacted you. I gave him your information.
No.
But he's in here.
No, not yet. All right.
Cool. They're saying this stream's pretty good.
It's pretty what?
Pretty good. It's showing up well.
All right.
I'm just pulling up questions.
So let's. I think that the first question we should start off with is the Vanos question that popped up yesterday. I think that's a great lead-in. Well, he asked about Vanos versus non-Vanos. That was the way that it was framed, at least. I'm not sure if that's really what he had in mind, but it does bring in the question of whether single Vanos, as an option, is also another option. Because with Vanos, it's more than just the power band. Granted, the point of Vanos, and it's very obvious if you compare just the M50 non-Vanos and the M50 TU single Vanos. The non-Vanos motor has really quite wild cams compared to the non-Vanos motor, and they make the exact same power. And that's because what they do with the Vanos cam is, or the intake cam on the Vanos motor, on the single Vanos motor, is they pretty much just have it in a position that's got very little overlap during idle. What the double Vanos motor does is at very low loads, so like idle, it has very little overlap, and then for the mid-range, it angles the cams towards each other so that there's a lot of overlap, and then for the top end, they spread them back apart. And that yields the most power with that timing sort of arrangement. There's with certain cam setups in the double Vanos, like the 272, 256, there's the issue that even when you put the cams as far apart from each other as you can, there's still a fair bit of overlap. And so people have talked about, moving the helixes on the cams and creating custom timing setups from what the factory actually prescribes. But one of the big things that you have to consider when doing Vanos is that Vanos introduces a lot of hardware that's, capable of failure. Non-Vanos motor has the benefit that it doesn't have much of anything to go wrong. And once you get to really huge cams, you start losing the capacity to really, move them around a whole lot. You start running into, piston to valve issues, or the valves even hitting each other. Which I'm not sure that can happen in these motors. Maybe. I think maybe. I want to say yes, but I could be wrong. But anyway, really huge cams do run into that issue, and so if you want to upgrade your cams a lot, the non-Vanos is more attractive. And then there's the question of how do you do non-Vanos? Do you buy one of those really expensive like VAC Vanos delete kits, and you bolt that onto your M54, or and I think no, I think that that's not the way to do it. I think that those kits are probably aimed for people that are participating in a race series that requires you to run the original engine of the car but doesn't allow variable cam timing. And so then you have to buy a Vanos Delete and put it on the M54. But if you have some option, like if you're not constrained by weird motorsport rules, you can just get a non-Vanos head off of a non-Vanos motor and stick it on an M52 block, and then you have like, technically there's a way to actually pick up the crank signal from the front of the engine. You don't need the sensor in the very back of the motor to get the crank signal, but that is the easiest way to do it. That is the native way to do it. And I think that if you want misfire detection, that might be an absolute necessity. So if you just get an M52 block, you can use the stock crank pickup location, use an M52 short block, or swap in an 89.6 crank from the 3-liter instead of the 84 millimeter crank from the 2.8, and you can run the non-Vanos head on that, sort of like a non-Vanos motor would. It's pretty close to the same. The non-Vanos head gets the big 7 millimeter stem valves and one-piece valves and aggressive springs that can rev real high. I was reading the M54 boosted group. There's a guy named Cosmos that's done a lot with twin screw. He supposedly ran a stock M54 head with all stock everything, like stock retainers, stock springs, stock cams, to 7,800 RPM.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I've never done that kind of stuff. I don't pretend to know the absolute limits of that hardware, like how high it can really spin. But there are some guys out there that.
Do you know what else he had?
What do you mean?
You said like pretty much stock head, right?
Yeah, twin screw.
Twin screw, and then.
Yeah, it's an ESS
did he have like an ATI dampener or any kind of oil pump stuff?
I don't know. I would sure as shit hope he's got something done to his oil pump to get it up there. I think he's might have popped a few motors. He's one of those guys that's more down to experiment and
push it, see what
find what the limits are. I don't know all of his exploits, but he's one of the guys that's really pushed that package the furthest. And it's an interesting setup. I've been tuning Rob's car recently, and man, that thing's quick.
Yeah,
that thing feels good. When I first started tuning that car, it felt like shit.
Yeah, Rob's got a
it felt slow and
E46.
Yeah, it's a TS2 ESS twin screw, and when I first started working on that car, it did not feel responsive. I don't know.
What tune did it have on it when you started working on it?
Just he has mods on it, so it's fair enough that the tune isn't perfect, but and from logging it kind of almost looked like he wasn't maxing out the MAF. Like he was getting vaguely close, but he wasn't exactly maxing it out. And we switched over to the Bosch MAF, and he's the stock MAF only reads to 1,024 kilograms an hour. And he was getting close, but he was never really hitting that. He was not even hitting 1,000. He was in the 900 range. And then we swapped to the Bosch MAF, and he's immediately hitting like 1,320,
oh, wow, really?
1,400 almost. Yeah.
That's interesting.
And the car felt a lot better. Just did as much as I could to keep him on the timing tables, and
right.
Man, that thing feels quick.
So that brings me into another question. A lot of people are curious on how to get started on like a boosted setup, specifically turbo.
Well, turbo, the downside is that there is no more like ready to go kit, unless Synchro is still selling theirs. I'm not sure that they are. Maybe, and I'm not sure that the Nick G kit isn't available anymore. It might still be. It's just I haven't heard anything about it in a long, long time, and I heard about some people trying to get it and failing, but I'm not sure how hard they tried. So those kits, if you were to buy a kit, I don't know what the Synchro kit really looks like. I haven't seen it in person, but from photos on the internet, it looks perfectly reasonable. The Nick G kit came with beautiful instructions. It even came with like a little metal template he made for you to put on the oil pan and like figure out exactly where to drill the drain hole, and so that you could like put together your turbo drain without ever even taking the oil pan off. It had a lot of nice little things. Nick was also the first time that I saw anybody actually make like a little adapter harness like the ones that I make now. He made one for his for the MAF that he runs.
How long ago? Do you know how long ago did you buy yours?
I bought mine in January of 2009.
Yeah, so that was quite a bit ago. Do you know if he still does it?
Last I spoke with Nick, I didn't check on that. So there's a possibility he still has a few kits. I don't know. He was tuning S54s for maximum PSI. That's what I think he was mostly focusing on. I'm not sure if he's fully moved on from the old MS4X stuff onto MS-S54 or newer things even. So I just don't know.
And so we got a couple comments here. I know you don't got it loaded up, but about the revving, specifically with M54. Big Brap said, I'd really want to see an M54 on a Spintron. I bet these engines can rev way higher than what we're limiting to.
I don't know. These engines have a lot of little issues when it comes to revving. All of the cranks have the same harmonic issues, but they're loudest in an aluminum block, and they're loudest with the longer strokes and the more terrible rod ratios. So, I mean, the S54, I would say, in its family, is the engine with the most rod bearing issues, though, we don't have the Euro S50s in our market, so it's hard to compare directly. But those engines have shorter strokes, and they have much better rod ratios. I would suspect that they don't have quite as bad of rod bearing failure issues as the S54. Right. The S54 actually has a slightly better rod ratio than the M54B30. The M54B30 has a really it has 135 millimeter rod and almost the same stroke as the S54, as the S54 has 139 millimeter rod. So, I mean, they're pretty close. They're both pretty bad. The 2.8 is much better, the 84 millimeter stroke on the 2.8, and then way better is the 2.5 with the 74 millimeter stroke. See a question there. Did Nick G let you keep the AC? Yes. So most bottom mount turbo kits will retain the AC.
Nick's was bottom mount.
Most top mount turbo kits can also retain the AC. Some can't. It's largely due to the design of the turbo manifold and whether or not it interferes. If you want to get the charge pipe to go down into that hole behind the headlight, you're going to probably have to delete AC. But if you can go next to the radiator there and on the inside of the frame rail, then you can probably keep AC. And so it's between that and the manifold design. Almost all bottom mount manifolds will allow for the AC. If I've seen a bottom mount manifold that doesn't allow for the AC, it's been a very long time.
Right. And then we had a couple questions about M52 head on M54. I misspoke on this last stream by myself.
Yeah, so you can't, because the M54 and M52 TU are reverse flow. So the water goes, through the water pump and straight up into the head, and there's a huge passage right behind where the water pump is. If you have a bare block, you can see it, or
or bare head.
Or even if somebody mentioned that if you just look at the head gaskets side by side.
Right, the head gasket will show because like that passage, it goes through the head gasket.
They don't line up.
Huge, well, theoretically, you could epoxy that thing shut, but then comes in the question of why. Why would you want the lower flowing head? Why would you go through the trouble of grabbing the M54 head with its cathedral-shaped ports? Like, are you going to be putting an M54 intake on this engine? Because if you're going to be using an M50 intake, it's already, it's a port match made for it. The exhaust ports on the M52 and M50 are also wider and larger, and it's just a better flowing head. I don't really know why anybody would try to do that.
Well, and they were actually, a couple of them asking the M52 head on the M54, so kind of reversing that.
Wait, doing the what?
M52 head on M54.
Why would you do that?
That's why people were just curious.
I mean, because the thing is, there's also, if you want the aluminum block and you want it to work with the M52 head, you just get a Z3 engine. Right. In the United States, we have these. They came in Z3s. It's the M52 in aluminum. It's the same engine that they got in Europe. It's a little rare here, but we have a lot of Z3s. You can find them.
Right. So we have a couple other questions.
It's not a reverse flow engine, so that's the downside of running one of the Z3 M52s. You get to run the higher flowing head, but it's a reverse flow and aluminum. So at that point, why? Like, if you're boosting and you're working on internals and putting something together, I don't know why somebody would make the choice to put themselves in the position to be torquing a head onto an aluminum block.
Right.
Just for the shit of it.
Yeah, if you had the choice, I mean, the reason a lot of people would, obviously, is because the engine comes in the car, and so it's a lot easier. So we got a question here. What do you recommend for high power, around the 700 brake horsepower area, for fueling algorithm while using an MS43, speed density or MAF? And if MAF, which one specifically, and scaling for this? Thanks.
I'm wondering what he means for fuel algorithm.
Yeah, that's Mike Roberto, so if you'd like to elaborate.
If you want to clarify what you mean by that.
Until we get a clarification, I like this comment.
Oh, speed density or MAF. If MAF, which one specifically, and scaling for this? Thanks. Okay, for turbo, I'm going to assume turbo. I would say a PMIS MAF, an HPX or HPXE. So PMIS actually... if you go on their website, they have all of these Excel algorithms already set up, and you just tell it what diameter the pipe is, and you measure inside diameter. So like a 3-inch pipe is 2 3/4 on the inside. You measure that diameter, you punch it into their Excel spreadsheet, and it'll poop out a 256 cell, flow chart, and you just paste that into your MAF scaling. You'll have to be in the 2048 setting, but punch right in.
So, Sir Bader said available where? You said it's available on...
You're talking about the MAF?
Just from their website?
PMIS. I would buy it directly from PMIS. PMIS also sells it on eBay sometimes for slight discounts. You'd need to wire up. You need to make... I make little harnesses I would sell. You can make one yourself, or you can just cut your connector off and solder the little pigtail that they'll include with it.
Yeah, I guess they're having their own separate conversation, but I think that was still a good input. Somebody had mentioned, and I like this comment, I'm glad you're playing with the DME. Every time you mention forced induction on the forums, they start laughing at you saying good luck tuning. If not, then it's getting M3, and I've heard the same thing, and I've seen the same forums where it's like, why don't you just get an M3 if you want to make 300 horsepower?
I mean, you can make 300 horsepower on an M54 will last so long as it's intercooled and the setup isn't like completely trashed. 300 horsepower is not asking a lot out of it. That's Like whatever setup you on the engines, this is something Nick G told me a long time ago. The rings only have so much life. You know, every pull you do is a little bit of life off it, and you know, metal doesn't forget, and it just keeps on wearing. And then that's kind of true for any engine. These engines will last, you know, 400,000 plus in stock form, but you know, boosted they'll last. They won't.
Yeah,
They'll still last a lot, but they won't make it to, you know, 400, 500,000.
And so Rob had mentioned Dustin is not allowed to get faster.
Yeah, so Dustin is probably the car that I'm going to be developing centrifugal supercharger tunes on. And the thing is, Dustin with a little bit of tuning is probably going to be faster than Rob.
All right. So Sultan of Swing Drift said, "Do you see potential in high revving M50 B20?"
Sort of. That so like whenever you go to those really small six cylinders, the bottom end is it gets really strong just because it's not moving very far, and the rod ratio and then the block deck height becomes a non-issue. It becomes actually pretty agreeable. The deck height for the B30 crank is kind of a problem because then you can only fit so long rod, and it starts making, you know, very disagreeable angles when it's at, you know, when the crank is at its most extreme. So if you were to run the B20 crank, I don't know what size that is off the top of my head, but that's going to be less than the 74 millimeters of the 2.5. I believe that those engines also have a smaller bore, so the head gasket probably seal really well. So in a way, it'll probably be really reliable, but you know, it's only a 2-liter, so it would be probably not too fun to spool a turbo unless you're really, really revving it out. One of the issues with revving an engine out that far is once you start getting close to around 8,000 RPM, you probably don't want to run hydraulic lifters anymore. I don't know the exact limit of our lifters. Like Cosmo said, he's run 7,800. I've heard other people say that they get valve float from the lifters pumping up before that. You know, other people I'm sure will say, well, that wasn't the lifters, that was the springs. I don't know. I haven't done that much testing at super high RPM. Rob's car is probably the highest revving thing that I've ever done, and it's at 7,300.
Right, and it's probably capable of a little more just because of all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. So some people have suggested just take it to 8. Rob doesn't have a tack to deal with that. I'm not sure if he's interested in going all the way there. I'm not sure if he's scared. It's a legitimate reason to be scared. His engine's pretty upgraded. Like, he has upgraded springs and stuff.
He said, "We have my Redline at 8K with aftermarket springs."
Yeah.
So here, the Sultan of Swing Drift said, "I'm asking for M50 B20 because they're basically free in Europe. The B25 iron blocks are climbing in price for the M50s."
Yeah, they're also getting damn old. Like, I guess 1995 was the last year that they got them over there.
I mean, they're only going to get more scarce.
Right. And Europe, you know, the B25 was kind of a premium motor. Whereas here...
We pretty much only got them if you were... Besides the 4-cylinder.
Yeah, here, that's all we got besides the 4-cylinder. But to be fair, that was the flagship non-M3 series.
Right.
Was the B25.
Patrick said M50 B25 non-Vanos is actually one of the engines that people use turbo in Europe for reliable high power.
Yeah, I mean, that's an engine that is pretty strong in stock form because the head doesn't have a whole lot of issues. A lot of people spin that head to 8,000 RPM stock. The bottom end is pretty stout. I forget which variant of the M50 got slightly longer rods. I'm not sure if it was the TU or the non-Vanos, but one of them got 140 millimeter rods, and you know that improves the rod ratio even more, and that makes them more robust.
Bye, Rob. By the way, Rob is logging off.
All right, peace for Hob.
Yeah, and I've heard two people compare the Vanos versus non-Vanos rods. That apparently the non-Vanos rods are a little stronger.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that maybe it was the Vanos motor that actually came with 140 millimeter rods if people are using the non-Vanos rods in other engines. Because 135 millimeter is kind of the standard for all other M5X engines that to share parts.
Darian Randolph said, "What size turbo and AR housing do you run personally, Jules?"
I have a few different turbos. I'm not sure. I mean, like I have a 35R with a .82 teal housing. I have a 6262 with a divided T4 .84 housing. On my drift car. I like 35Rs. I think it's a really great size turbo. I think a .6 to .8 is a good range to be in with gasoline. You can go a little bigger for ethanol. But you'll lose a little bit of spool the bigger you go, always.
And so I had an earlier question I wanted to address, so I didn't lose it.
Is there something that I didn't answer fully with some of the previous questions, guys? If I'm not getting quite to the answer or the question that you're actually asking, re-ask it, please.
Yeah, we tangent a lot. It's a lot of good information, but I have this problem too.
Oh, the guy asked earlier. It was the M50B20 question. Is it a good idea for drifting because it's so available? That's what was nagging me. You can if you're getting them for cheap enough. Like our engines are, I have a friend that bent a rod on one of my tunes. He didn't listen to what I told him, but he bent a rod, not listening to me, and his replacement M54B30 was $170. It's already in his car and running. Bent a rod less than a week ago, so that it can be very cheap for us, but so all the engines are kind of approximately that price for us, regardless of what they are. If the M50B20 is even cheaper, literally free, and you have a bunch of them, yeah, I would say put together an M5X turbo setup for it, run a bunch of boost, and make some power out of it. I'm sure you can make 400 out of it if you have some great ethanol or some nice fuel to put in it. And you'll need to rev to get a power band, but you probably can. If you don't mind blowing them up, I'd be all about experimenting with it. If you want help doing that, I'd be game to experiment with you.
That'd be cool. Yeah, I know a lot of people are even in other countries, they like the 4 cylinders too. Make a little less power, but because they're so easy to find and throw in, I prefer the 6 cylinders. I don't see why I go down to the 4, but
yeah, I mean there are some great 4 cylinders. I don't really know that much about BMW 4 cylinders. I have an SR20. I like it.
All right, so there was an earlier question right before we started it. It said, I just want to know if it's possible to tune on Windows 10. I have all the software, but I don't know if it'll run properly yet. I haven't tried.
So some of the software would delete itself.
Yeah,
ROM Raider doesn't love Windows 10. Tuner Pro also has some issues, but once you get that stuff to work, it works.
If it's working.
I don't use Windows 10, but not that long ago I actually set up a laptop for logging that was on Windows 10, and eventually I got all the software to work and things to stop deleting themselves. But yeah, the flashing software, MS4X development group, the people that helped create the definition files and maintain the website, etc. They made a flasher 7-8 months ago. They released it. It's actually really good, but
yes,
it kept on deleting itself incessantly.
That's he says he has Gelato.
And it Windows really hates it and thinks that it's a vulnerability. So Gelato does work. It's just I would use the MS4X flasher because it's way faster and it can do full files. And
yeah,
Gelato
and
can.
I like the interface better. Gelato feels almost like
Oh yeah, Gelato
it's
sucks.
weird.
I mean,
So if
I
you want to
wouldn't use
go,
it, and it's like not official.
no.
The other software doesn't have any licensing
So you
issues.
said yesterday you said I could download ROM Raider to data log, correct? Yeah, that's.
Yes. Well, I didn't
I did.
say
He was
but
mentioning me because I mentioned ROM Raider. So yeah, in ROM Raider when you download it, I think as a whole it has a logging part. Like there's different. It'll be like ROM Raider logger,
yeah.
ROM
So
Raider.
there's the
Yeah.
ECU editor, and then like there's for tablet and etc. Several other versions. If you just open the basic logger, you'll need to download the logger definition file, the public file. Like there's one file for all cars, and the MS4X's definitions are okay on that. They're good enough to get going.
Yeah, so somebody said, man, I can't get Gelato to work, Mike Roberto, without trying to spoof it with a hex editor, and it's a pain in the ass. Yeah, go with...
Yeah, I wouldn't even deal with Gelato,
that's,
man.
MS4X Flasher is fairly new, so I could see why people aren't...
Yeah, and go on. There's also like if you look around, there's the Kim Freeling Siemens flasher, which also works almost as well. There's a few other flashers. You don't have to use Gelato. Like even if you don't want to use the MS4X flasher, which you probably should because it's pretty damn nice. But there's other options beyond
Right,
that
it's nice
still.
too because MS4X Flasher is free. So I mean, if you can use that, use that.
Is there such a thing as too big of an intercooler? Definitely not an issue I've ever run into.
But yeah, I mean, for a B20, you think?
Maybe. I would still say run something large.
I don't think you're gonna overfit anything behind an E36 or E46.
Yeah, I've definitely run into too small of an intercooler. That is definitely an issue I've run into multiple times.
The CX Racing intercooler is pretty good. I know. I mean, people have made over 600 wheels, so I don't think that's a choking point. That's a super common
Yeah,
one.
probably not. I'd be a little concerned about its actual effectiveness and cooling. The fin design looks pretty sparse, but for a cheap intercooler, it's probably not a terrible idea. I like the paradigm of running the 32-inch wide, 1 foot tall, 3 or 4 inch thick Chinese intercooler. If you want something a little nicer, I recommend Treadstone. It's not a whole lot more expensive. It is a bit more expensive, but it's a lot cheaper than like the really expensive like Spearco Garrett intercoolers.
Right. So somebody said size it like a radiator. Pick the biggest one you can fit comfortably in the car, and you'll.
How do you tell when your intercooler is too?
Yeah, he
small?
said you'll regret going too small.
So if it's too small, size it like a radiator. Pick the biggest one you can fit comfortably in the car. You'll regret going too small. How do you know when your intercooler is too small? So one way to tell is just measure pressure on either side of it. If you just get a couple of cheap boost gauges, and if you can tap in, put a nipple or something on either side of the intercooler or on the charge pipes, or you could even clamp something with a nipple in right before the intercooler on either side, and then if you were to measure it, you'd be able to see what your pressure loss is across the intercooler. If you have a lot of pressure building up on the hot side of the intercooler and it's having trouble get through, then you have problems.
Swing Drift said, how do you see too small intercooler? Heat soak knocking, or how does it show like on the car when you're driving?
Sometimes it might not be that obvious. On the dyno, it probably will be. And again, if you measure pressure on either side of the intercooler, that will be pretty obvious. It will probably be creating some heat, but it might not be very obvious. It just won't be making a lot of power. Like the engine does a great job of like factory. It has a weighing table that removes timing out the wazoo as heat starts to build
Right.
up.
So Big Brap said ideally you should have as much pressure loss, right? That's how it was meant to be.
No, you should
No
have no
pressure loss.
pressure loss. You should have like 1 or 2 psi pressure loss max,
And
ideally.
then somebody wanted to see later on. I'll just put this out. I will probably be making videos on how to delete the EMS or whatever it is.
Yeah, if you have too much of a pressure loss, it means that the intercooler itself is a
Right.
restriction.
But I'll be going into more of the entry level tuning in some videos. I still got to figure out. I really.
And yes, Mauricio, we are talking about Alex Fuller.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah, I want to make some videos on tuning, just entry level, how to data log, how to do that. But it's been getting comfortable with editing so that I can put out really quality, easy to follow tutorial. The ones that I have recorded so far, I didn't like. I thought they were just too. I got too off track, and I wasn't able to edit it in a way that I liked. So that's why I haven't done it yet. Um, Patrick Chung said, for the factory fuel pump used in a 330i, what is the maximum theoretical boost pressure it can handle with a 35R turbo?
Okay. I've never actually run into the end of a pump myself. I've gotten close, or I thought I was close, and I change out the pump. I usually recommend people that go over 8 to 10 psi to change out the pump. These things are old at this point, and so most people are either on their first or second pump, if it's a factory pump. And so I recommend upgrading to something like a Aeromotive 340, something in that size range, and something like preferably not no name. Um, I've had no problem getting up to around 400 wheel. I don't know where the limit is.
Yeah, I know a lot of people say that 400 horsepower range is the end of the limit with the pump.
Yeah, I don't know. It
Which is
might
pretty good.
be.
I mean, compared to the
I don't know how much further you can go, but
So somebody said, Joseph, what's up? And then Joseph said, I installed my M50 manifold on an M54, I presume, or M52, I think he said. And it has an issue when I cold start. It bogs out for 10 seconds, and then when it's warmed up, it'll drive normal. So I'm not sure what it can be.
yeah. Did you reset it options, man? After you did that setup, let us know if you reset it options.
And then RCS said, I heard the wastegate was bad in the CX Racing, but not too bad. Not too bad of a deal for $1,800. Would you recommend getting the CX kit? And if so, what components of the kit would you swap out for besides the wastegate?
Yeah, I mean, if you want, like, it depends on how much fabricating you're down to do. If you're not down to do fabricating and you want a top mount turbo kit and you want to just get in the game and start playing, the CX Racing is a tremendous entrance opportunity into that game. Yeah, I would say that the CX wastegate, I would point it out as the source of failure that you had in your car.
Yeah.
However, yours was more than just a piece of shit, like poorly manufactured Chinese piece. It was also like rusted and sat in a shed for I don't know how long, and like it never worked on any level of what a wastegate is supposed to do. I think that valve like budged a little bit a few times, and all it did was go from super open to less open.
I just kept making more boost, and it was very interesting wastegate. I mean, when people ask, it's kind of complicated. I've started answering the question. They're like, "Oh, does your car still run?" I just said wastegate failure, and I'm a dumbass. That's the easiest way, because when I sit there and try and explain what happened when it blew up, I just seem like I'm making excuses. But realistically, when you have an 8-pound spring and you're making 14 psi peaking randomly, like not even consistently, your wastegate's not working properly, and I categorize that as failure, especially with I probably peaked pretty high that night. I was putting a ton of load on the engine, and it was fast. It was really fast. So he said, I'm not sure if it's because of the way I routed the line. So
Tell us more about your adaption reset.
yeah, if you the vacuum line. So if it's running normal once it's heated up, you probably don't have a vacuum leak. That's my assumption.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming the MAF's still plugged in. Which vacuum lines are you concerned about? What did
If you go,
and where?
if you go to, I can send the link right now. I think Mike Dodge has pictures.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. There are plenty of ways to set it up so it's not problematic. But an adapter is absolutely necessary after you do that, and you can kind of get away with the stock tune.
Do you think the stock tune would have anything to do with it running weird on a cold start?
I think it's unlikely.
I mean, it'll run fairly lean, but that shouldn't cause any like super noticeable stuff. Could be ICV. The ICV routing is
so it's a weighing. Patrick Chung is asking about which table does the weighing here. My computer's probably about to lag out really hard because I'm going to go to Windows real quick and actually pull up that table so I can tell them the name of it.
Okay.
And it's in the ignitions folder in Tuner Pro, and it is called
And so for Joseph, while he's looking for that, I'm looking for a picture of how the vacuum lines and stuff is routed, or at least there's a write up on it that'll help you better than I could try and explain it.
So there's two tables that you would use for this. The one, or is there three? Then I'm missing one real quick.
So I sent the link. If you look through the pictures on that website, it'll show everything you need and the way it's routed. So if you want to look at how the ICV should be routed, it shows. Other than that, when you did the M50 intake manifold, did you, one thing I want to ask is, for the air temperature sensor, did you actually put that in, get it threaded?
All right, real quick, it's IPFAC TIA TCO. So there's two tables that start with that name, and what they are is TIA is intake temperature and TCO is coolant temperature. What you see on the y-axis is the coolant, and what you see on the x-axis is the intake temperature. And ultimately you see that as things get hotter, that as close as it gets to 1 is the more that it pulls away. When it's in 0, it's not pulling anything away. And so that's a weighing table.
Cool. Somebody said, how much money would it cost in total, and how much time would you plan to set aside for the build? That depends on what you're doing, really.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to do this. Like how much did you spend on yours? I don't think anybody's ever going to beat you.
Okay, yeah. So for me, I've spent. It's hard to break down because I've done it a couple times, but I always forget. So I did. Turbo kit was $350. I ended up revising the intercooler piping and getting it fabricated. The fabrication and new intercooler, besides the cost of selling the old intercooler kit, is probably another $100. So $450. My exhaust I got made. I took the downpipe, cut it, flipped it, had my welder do it up. That was $50 with 2 bungs. installed for the stock O2 sensors and then a wideband. So I'm at like 500. I got the wideband and boost controller for 100 with a stand thing. The sensor was 50. So about 200 for boost gauge, boost controller setup, and then wideband setup. So probably 650. I mean, tuning was under 300, 400, whatever.
You were a development car. Nobody's gonna get it that cheap.
Right. Yeah. What else? What else was done? I mean, the wastegate. I bought a wastegate for $100, $500 wastegate, but I never installed it. So including that is weird. Injectors were let's say 400, so around $1,000 so far. Fuel pump I had laying around, but it's about $60. Expect to pay 80 to 100 for a decent one. I had a 340 LPH E85 pump. What else? I mean, $20 for the USB to OBD2 adapter. I paid 200 for a laptop. So this is assuming you have absolutely nothing. I paid 200 for a laptop for all the tuning stuff. I mean, I used to, and when I tell people, I'm like, oh, I built this car for under $6,000. The car was $300 as a whole, running and driving. The engine was 500, and I manual swapped it, so I got an engine and manual trans for 500. I parted out a car, so I got a free manual trans, made my money back, took the pedals, drive shaft, and a couple other things. So I was able to do that for free. My shifter was 200. DSSR was $90, $100 shipped.
So I mean, like, I think that the point of this is you can part it together in so many different ways, and you can buy so many parts used. What do you think is your final price, like, for your kit to be put together?
I'm kind of like talking aloud, but I'm trying to figure out under $2,000 for sure. I mean, the clutch was $300, so.
Right, but you got your kit for $300.
Yeah, so assume that 2,000 and then add like $2,000, because the kit itself is usually 1,600. And I paid $350 with M50 intake manifold included. So
yeah, and that's like no shipping. I think that they charge another like $200 to ship that.
Right?
Huge
Yeah,
piece
that was my buddy went and picked it up, and extra parts came with when I bought that turbo kit. I let him keep, which weren't even was like E46 parts. The guy threw in for $350, and so that was included in shipping because he picked it up for me, dropped it off at my house. I didn't even have to spend gas to go get it.
So I mean, okay, and then there's also the possibility that, who knows, maybe you're a fabricator, maybe you want to make your own pipes, maybe you're going to make your own motor mount and do a bottom mount setup. The turbo manifold is under $100. Here, 1 second, let me close the door. My wife's making noise.
I didn't hear anything, but. And then Joseph, if you wanna, I think you messaged me on Instagram. If you wanna send me pictures of how you routed everything, go ahead and do that. Send me a picture of how you routed your fuel pressure regulator.
All right, sorry about that.
And everything else, and I'll take a look and probably go from there. So, Jules, if you want to continue, I was just addressing Joseph. I told him to send me some pictures of how his stuff was routed.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that.
I think he messaged me on Instagram, but I never.
Tell us more about the tune that you got, where you got it from, etc.
Yeah, let me check Instagram. I think he messaged me. I'm when you message me on Instagram, it might take me a little bit to respond because I am bad at responding. Because I get requests and I don't see the requests. Because if I'm not following you, it puts you in requests and then I don't notice. So if you are 032519, then I just accepted it. So if you want to send me pictures, go ahead. Until we get a response on the tuning stuff. What program was your laptop on, and what is all the software you use for tuning? I know you said MS4X, but I'm confused. I've been looking into tuning for months, but I'm just scared.
So I use Tuner Pro and ROM Raider. They're described on ms4x.net. If you're interested in learning to tune these platforms, that's where you should start.
Yeah. So when we say MS4X, it's a website, ms4x.net. When we say,
and I mean, it's also a reference to the computers. So the computers are MS41, 42, and 43.
Yeah, so I'll throw a link right here. This is it. If you look in the tuning section, if you go to, I think flashing tools, you can go to the MS4X Dev Group Flasher. So that's what I use. It's probably the easiest thing to.
That's what I recommend.
Yeah, it's super easy interface. You can flash, you can read, partial, full, and it's super easy to use. It's super easy to set up. It's free. You can easily reset adaptions, and it's very. I like the interface more. When I used Galetto the few times, it felt like the computer was like from like 1992 and it was gonna crash at any moment.
Yeah, no, it's a really unfortunate interface. It looks really old and it's just unpleasant. And it's not like it resets adaptions, which is something you want to do every time you flash the computer anyway. So it's a nice little suite that they made in that little software, and it can do full file as well as partial file, which is really nice. You can do a full EWS delete with just that flasher.
Right, that was the easiest thing. A lot of people, I think there's like boot mode stuff you used to have to do. For me, what I did...
Yeah, so I mean, well, early on, JM Garage flasher was the only way. That is still the only way to get into boot mode, but if you don't have to go into boot mode, which is kind of a rare situation, you can get away with just using MS4X Flash.
And that's what I did. I grabbed a file off ms4x.net, I think. It's got an EWS delete set up ready to go, which is what people were interested in. I said EMS, I meant EWS. I'm very tired. But you have it ready to go, you flash it, and I was able to have my car, running on that tune pretty much immediately. I know some of the older YouTube videos go over like a boot mode procedure. I technically didn't have to remove the DME, I don't think. I would.
No, you wouldn't need to.
Right.
Like the only thing that you would need the boot mode for is if your computer is bricked, or if there's something with the little bytes that get pulled with the boot mode flash. Mm. So if there's something keeping it from cranking that's associated with those, that's one of the seldom situations where you might need to go into boot mode. But aside from that, those rare situations, like I have a bench harness actually right there, sitting in there, but I really don't use it very frequently. Like the only times I ever use that, and mostly I use it with MS4X Flasher anyway. I really only go into boot mode when it's absolutely necessary, and that's pretty much never. I've never had a problem with the bytes, and I've never had a computer brick. So maybe I'm lucky. Maybe it'll happen someday. Yeah. I've done, like, when I first started doing this, MS4X Flasher wasn't around, and boot mode was the only way I knew how to get the EWS on there. So I used to do that, but I haven't done that.
Big Brap said, does Jules have an Instagram or some way to see what he does or what he sells?
So I'm still kind of small, being that I'm using public definitions and stuff, and still learning a lot. I feel uncomfortable just like listing my stuff for sale immediately. My tuning. My Instagram is IB Racing, and it mostly has stuff from me drifting and me playing with fabrication and whatnot. But you can always find me on Facebook. If you want to tune from me, it's always something we can discuss. I haven't been great about marketing myself, and I might start to someday. I never really intended to become a professional tuner, but this is so fun that maybe we'll see.
So somebody said, I live in Miami, so it's really tempting to go for a supercharger kit from Active Auto Works since they're local. Have you tuned any AA kits?
So I have a little bit. The very first car that I ever started tuning ever was an AA kit that was not running an active tune. And I never really finished tuning that car. The owner decided he wanted to tune it, and he actually became kind of a tuner for a little bit. I'm going to be developing a centrifugal tune on Dust and Scar that was described earlier. I haven't fully sussed out an AA tune. I've made like somebody asked me a few times to make like a bass tune that should work for an active kit, and I've made those blindly, but I've never like followed up and seen how those like. I don't expect that those are going to be perfect. I expect that those are like
rough bass.
start it up and start logging, and like let's move forward from there. But I never hear back. I'm not sure if the tune was too good or if it was so bad that they went to somebody else or what. But I've never finished a tune on an active kit. I think very highly of that kit. I've met the people at Active and they're lovely people. I do recommend that kit if you want to go centrifugal supercharger. It's probably one of the better options.
All right. So RCS E46 says, "Were you on Windows XP? I'll get an old laptop if that'll make my life easier." I use Windows 10, and it's possible with Windows 10.
Right. I have a machine, like I have this on an old machine that's an old laptop that is running Windows XP, and I threw all of the Wi-Fi drivers in the trash so it doesn't get hacked. So if you want to do something along those lines, yeah, I picked up an old IBM ThinkPad for $30 on Craigslist and did that.
Yeah, I ended up getting a Lenovo ThinkPad T430S, and that's good. It was $200.
That was a nice little machine.
Yeah,
like
it has good hardware for the price. And
yeah, I mean that's
refurbished.
a million times newer and nicer than the machine. Like the machine that I bought on Craigslist for $30 is like a Core Intel processor,
right.
Like before they came out with the Core Duo. So before the i5 and i7 even existed.
So
I think from like 2005.
Right. Do you have the comments pulled up? If you want to read out
I do now.
DJM services.
Okay. Hi, do you use the watt enrichment in tuning? Is it a multiplier or additive? So it the way it works is it's it's a very small number. It's usually like a fraction. So the way it works is it multiplies against the it's an additive thing, but it's tuned as a multiplier. So it's a percentage that you're going to add onto whatever's in the main fueling table. And yes, I do use watt enrichment in that table. I do tune that table.
I think JD commented. I think that's a great question, and I'm curious on something like that too.
I have a Turbo 330 convertible. Currently uses a piggyback AEM FI6 for ignition and fuel adjustment. Runs all right, but I have to keep it in open loop so fuel trims don't mess with the piggyback.
Keep reading.
Wait, this causes pretty poor gas mileage and is obviously not ideal. What would be my first step to be able to convert it to run directly from MS43? I don't know quite how you have it wired. I would say remove the FI6 altogether. Go back to factory wiring with the MS43 and go to a tuner that does MS43.
Yeah, I know one YouTuber used the FIC6. That was, I forget his name. He's in Australia. He has since, I think, stopped uploading. I'm not sure, but he used that. It's really not necessary considering you can pretty much full flash a stock DME, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like a lot of these were probably like, I'm not sure when JD's car was built, but it might have been long before MS43 was very accessible. I know that when I bought my kit from Nick G, he was the only person tuning MS43 for turbo that I know of. Right. Period. I guess Mert claimed that he did, but he was also doing it with piggyback.
Cool is wondering because the forums seem to go lean up top on the AA tune. There's a guy, Tenza Motorsports, that's making 400 wheel, but not on AA's tunes.
Yeah, so Active technically did push their stage 2 with a small pulley past 400 wheel around 13 psi. But it takes in that order of boost in that range to get over 400 wheel. But yeah, I've looked at an active tune, but it was probably really old. They've probably gotten better since then. I imagine that they're very like with everything, things go through development. The only active supercharger tune I've ever looked at was a 37, and I would guess they don't use 37 anymore.
So Joseph said, "Do you know of any E85 kits out there for 328? Not necessarily a kit, but would the process be to run E85 on a 328 E46?"
Well, okay, so our stock fueling systems can, for the most part, take E85. The biggest problem is our soft lines. Our soft lines kind of can't, and if they're old and haven't been replaced ever, like most of us, they're probably on the verge of just springing a leak. The last E85 car I did, turbo car, let E85 sit in it for a few days, and the lines just started leaking. The soft lines. So if you're going to be doing an E85 conversion through the stock fueling system, I recommend that you redo all of the soft lines, and if you can upgrade them to something maybe Teflon cord, that would be.
I think they do sell some upgraded lines. I'm not sure.
You probably have to do like if you can get a Teflon like AN type hose, and then get a push connect fitting that will fit our hoses. I think that would be the best. Have I ever done that? No. Do I know that those parts even exist? Not completely. But if they do, I think that would be the absolute best way to do E85 with our with utilizing as many factory parts as you can.
I ended up just throwing E85 in my car and running it, but there always is the question of how long does that last on
right,
components.
and your soft lines are not made for it. They're the only parts that are really, really not made for it. Our hard lines are kind of amazing.
Right. No, yeah, absolutely.
Like those hard plastic lines, you're not going to mess those up.
Right. So Os36 said Cody Alpine. That's his name. I couldn't remember. JD commented again. He said, "I can easily remove the FIC6. I'm mainly looking for more info as to whether or not I need to do a full or partial read, EWS delete, entering boot mode, etc. to have a starting point."
So that's the thing. You don't need to enter boot. You need to do a full. If you're going to be deleting EWS, if you want to delete EWS, it sounds like your car still starts with your computer. So depending on what version of the software you're on, there might be no need to delete the EWS. And if that's the case, you can just read the partial. I'm guessing your FI6 is also tuned with a map. There is a way to do that with MS43. I don't have that stuff. There is sort of a suite that's been made by a development team. It is not public. I thought I had it at one point, and I started messing with it. And somebody sent me these files. They're like, "Hey, this is the map stuff." It did not work at all. I'm not sure if that was the correct stuff or not. Maybe I just manipulated it completely wrong. I don't know. But I would say that you're going to have to figure out a MAF solution, and once you do a MAF solution, you're going to have to do the full flash anyway, because the 2048 stuff is in the full file, or the switch anyway is.
Joseph said soft lines is in the regular rubber lines. Yeah, so like going to the fuel rail, right?
Yeah, the lines that have flex in them that are... So I'm not talking about the hard plastic lines that run from the fuel tank up to the filter. I'm talking about the little rubber lines that run between those lines and the regulator, and also, yeah, the longer lines that run all the way up to the fuel rail. And also, like, at the back by the gas tank, so there's also some soft lines that go from the tank to the hard lines. So any of those, all of those.
Alright, that would be interesting. Let me Google it really quick. DJM Services, thanks for the reply. Are you doing much with the Vano settings, like overlap changes and changing both inlet and exhaust settings?
So there are some things that you can do to make more with the Vanos, and that's mostly taking it to the end of travel. I don't actually do that. I run mostly original Vano settings. I've try to play with it a little bit, and it seems that I always end up losing air. The only thing that I can find that will gain me air is actually running it all the way to the end of adjustment. And the downside of doing that is that I think that it kills the Vanos. So going back to that, the very first topic that we discussed today is when you have a Vanos, one of the things that you have to deal with is maintaining it. Vanos seals go bad, Vanos solenoids go bad, the bearings cause Vanos rattled once they start to go. There's a lot of parts that you have to maintain to keep the Vanos working, and I think one of the ways, I think that the reason why the factory doesn't have it go all the way to the end of adjustment is to try to save the Vanos. I don't know that for certain. That's my own conspiracy theory regarding the subject, but I try to leave Vanos alone, because I know that those settings work, and every time that I've tried to move away from them, I've either faced the reality that I might be shortening Vanos' service life, or that I'd be losing power or torque.
Cool. JD commented again.
Oh, I mean, sorry. To expand a little bit further, even. So I explained it initially. So the thing is, it's a zero overlap situation initially, and then it goes into a lot of overlap, and then it pulls the overlap out. And you can make those more extreme, and the more extreme that you go all the no overlap, all the overlap. So the base setting that the Vanos sits at in a B30 and B25, it's a little different, and it's just because of how they're timed, or I guess how the cams are. But the B25 or the B30 goes like to 126 degrees, whereas the B25 only goes to 120 degrees, and it's just the fact that it's 6 degrees over. Like the adjustment range is just like 6 degrees over. But what that means practically is you don't. When you look at the actual tune, even though the base setting is 105 degrees for the exhaust cam and 126 degrees for the intake cam, while it's actually being directed about by the solenoids, it doesn't actually go all the way to the end. They leave about 5 degrees of slack, and I do think that that's to keep the Vanos functioning for a reasonable amount of time.
All right. So have you expanded? You think?
I think I've gone far enough
You're
on
good.
that.
So JD.
So I think
JD said awesome. So should I start by? And this is the FIC guy. Should I start by finding out what software version my MS43 has and go from there? Thanks a bunch for the feedback. It is greatly appreciated.
That's one thing you can do. Pull the small file. I think there's a way to look at. If you pull the full file, you can definitely look at what version it is. It's in the hex. There's a spot where it just labels it. It's described in MS4X. They tell you exactly where to look in the hex to see what version it is. You can just try opening it with. If you don't even want to look in the hex, you can just start trying to open it with different versions of the definition files. So that is kind of dangerous. You might actually accidentally be able to open it with one and have it be wrong. That is technically possible. So yeah, you should check. The MS4X flash tool, I think, will even label it for you. That's what I was going to say.
I think it labels what version you're on.
Yeah, I think that it identifies it and labels it for you, so you know.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure when you open it, it'll say MS43, and then it'll tell your version name. If not, obviously go in and try and figure it out. Joseph said, does having a popcorn tune or like a burble while even driving casually make your car slower?
No, not that I can tell.
Pretty simple question. It really
shouldn't.
RCS again, love the comments, guys. Is tuning cars your guys' hobby or more of a career? Not to get off topic, I just feel like I'll never know as much as you guys with this just being a hobby. Personally, I don't know anywhere near as much as Jules. It's just a hobby for me, and for Jules.
I've been sort of like, I don't know if this will ever be a career. Right now, it's just a hobby. It's like a side hustle max.
It depends really on how much time you
like
put into
I
it.
haven't like been able to actually make money off of this to subsist in any way, and I'm not really trying to. I'm trying to learn, and I want to share information. I like helping people get their cars running and stuff. I desperately don't want to take away any business from the development team. I think if you want the absolute best tune in MS43, seek somebody like Alex Fuller out. Or besides, if you want like all the features like flex fuel, he can do that shit.
Right.
I
The
can't.
only thing I think with Alex Fuller is he does. I don't think he remote tunes. Is what you were saying.
I'm not sure if he remote tunes or not, but he's one of the development guys that fully like did the work of disassembling the code. So I think that it's going to be hard to find somebody that understands the DME better than he does.
What would help at some point is if you messaged him.
Like maybe I mean, Nick G also has a lot of insight on how the computer works. If you can get a hold of him, again, few guys that understand calibration on these engines better than those guys.
Next time you talk to Alex, if you want to ask if he does remote tuning, just to get that out of the way. So it's, if not, it's really not taking business away unless they're local. Do you know where Alex Fuller, what state does he tune out of?
Georgia. He's in the Atlanta area, I believe.
Okay, so I know he works at a shop there. He's familiar with dynos and stuff. So he's definitely, I agree, he's one of the better people, especially when I was getting into tuning or wanting to get my car tuned. He was suggested to me, though the price is a little higher, for good reason. If you want to find the best for something like this, definitely go there. But I think there's everybody has their place.
Yeah, I would say RK Tunes is probably one of the cheapest tuners that presents himself as a pro tuner. And then there's a number of other tuners that are still sort of developing their tunes that are more inexpensive and
one-on-one. I think the benefit to somebody like you over RK Tunes, because he does do so much tuning, is you give a lot more one-on-one attention. Or
right, like if you come to me, the upside is I have a lot of time on my hands to dedicate to a single customer, and I'm fully dedicated to getting it running right, because I mean often it might be my first tune on that exact setup. I might be developing a little bit on that setup, and when that's the case, because there's so much back and forth, I usually give a large discount, offer a very low price. Alex Fuller's on Facebook, Mauricio. You can just look him up on there and send him a message, or maybe through his YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know the last time he responded on YouTube, but I do know he is on Facebook, so you can add him. He's on like a bike or something for his profile picture. That's inspiring to know. Thanks, guys. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's just fun stuff for us. I like helping. He likes helping. I like talking. I like doing this. This is fun just to talk, answer questions. It's a nice open discussion that kind of just puts the light.
You spend your life thinking about these things.
It puts the light into the fact that these cars are kind of awesome. So.
Yeah, I mean, these cars are gems. It's an awesome chassis. It's an engine that a lot of people reject, but it's kind of, hard to beat in many, many ways, in my opinion. And it's already there. It's already in the car.
As much as I look at other cars,
the electronics are already
I want
there.
Other cars. I keep coming back. I talked to Jules once, and I'm like, "There's no way I can give up an E46. Like, there's just so much to offer there." You look at other setups to make the same power, and other cars, and how much they cost, and it's just like, wow, like. I could take the cost of the entire car and make my car that, and then be a pretty good daily driver too. Because if I were to choose that route. I own a 2000. This is Alfredo. I own a 2003 28 Ci with old software, MS.
Yeah, MS43.
How do I upgrade to the newer tunable software? Do I have to flash it or change out the whole DME?
No, you're good, man. You're on MS42, which is one of the 3 DMEs that we're discussing, and that thing is tunable.
So when we talk about like MS4X flasher, the X kind of stands for 2, 3, and I think Yeah,
One.
So 1, 2, 3. So those are kind of the once you go MS45, things change a lot. But MS42 and MS43 are fairly similar, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. From what I understand, the way that they've actually originally did the MS43 definitions that we use in Tuner Pro, that was largely done off of uh, a MS42 functions
Right. So
list.
the process is pretty much the same. You would just make sure to differentiate that you're grabbing MS42 files or MS43 if you're MS43. Um,
Yeah, no, I mean, so there's a few versions of MS42. Like the way that we discussed MS43, we've touched on that there's a version 37. The version that most of us use is 56, and now the version that is carrying all the most modern features that the website and the development team are really pushing for more use is 69, which was the very
right.
final version of
Did you ever figure out
MS43.
what my issue was? Where I was just hitting a wall in 69.
I think that that was to do with the fact that you didn't have a switch. No, I didn't fully figure that out because I never really
A
tested
switch?
it
What do you mean
again.
by that?
You didn't have a clutch
Oh,
switch,
yeah, that could possibly.
and then you
Yeah.
didn't, and then you did, yeah. So like you had a few things going
Yeah,
on,
because that was a weird
uh,
issue.
but I didn't test that
Right,
that
'cause
much
as soon as we went
again.
back to 56,
Uh,
everything was good.
but yeah, so MS42 is very tunable, and there are a few versions of it. So they're not all identical, but there's definitions that can deal with pretty much uh, all of it available on MS4X. And if your file for some reason is not opening up in the definitions, there are other files available on that website that you could use to flash onto your MS42 that would go on,
Cool,
no
yeah,
problem.
Madness said, I just joined, so really sorry if you talked about this, but anyway, it's kind of funny because we're talking about it right now. It's basically asking if MS42, because he's a 328, is tunable
It
for
is.
turbo. Is it easy to turbo that engine?
Yes. I mean, it's no more difficult than turboing, like as far as hardware goes, it's no more difficult than turboing any M5X. They're all kind of the same process. Like the hardware's kind of the same for whether it be an M50 B20 all the way to an M54 B30 from 2006.
Um,
Though, well, assuming
yeah.
MS43, which
So I'm
some
gonna
of them
pick out
are.
comments that still relate to this topic. Sick, Alfredo said, good to hear. I heard it was harder to tune, but I think times have changed for MS42.
Yeah, I mean the definition's still not as robust for MS42. At least the public definitions are not as robust for MS42 as they are for 43. But uh, they're available, and it's still there's enough to find there for you to be able to get a turbo setup going.
Um, E46 M3 timing chain tensioners I've heard are better for when you're getting into boost because they provide more tension. Are they worth it?
I've run an S50 Euro tensioner. I've never run the S54 tensioner on one of my M54s. I'm not sure it helped. I'm not sure it did anything beneficial. It's expensive as shit though. It's like $150 tensioner.
DJ M Services said, are you resetting adaptations, sorry, or adaptions, yeah, whatever.
Are you resetting
Every
adaptions
tune
after
change
every
is
tune
set
change? Is there a need to? Yes. If you don't reset adaptions, you will be operating on old learned values. The long-term stuff starts setting in almost like it's hard to change. So yeah, reset adaptions after every single flash, no exceptions.
Yeah, that's a great question because a lot of people either don't know or kind of skimp over that. That's very important because your car's... Yeah.
And I mean, also when you flash it, it doesn't change the code. So sometimes if you have a code that hasn't been cleared off your DME and it's causing some stuff, just because you flashed it and reset adaptions doesn't mean you clear the code. So go back and do that too.
It's definitely time, not time. It's tedious because you have to if you're flashing back to back to back, you have to remember to do it, or it's.
Yeah, Renovello had made ByteLogger free recently, and ByteLogger is actually decent logging software.
People use that for MS45, right? Or am I...
So they make their own for sale definitions for MS45, which I've never used, but I've been told that they're decent. And they make the well, they give this logger away for free, and in it you can check codes and clear codes, which is cool.
Right. I'm going to be getting Joseph said I'm going to be getting a CX Racing Turbo Kit soon, and I was wondering what I have to do to change, besides going 85 to reach 400 wheel horsepower.
Wait, what? Oh, E85. You don't need E85 to reach 400 wheel horsepower. Just run like 10 psi, bro.
But I mean, if you can go 85, go 85.
Yeah, you can go E85 and exceed 400 wheel horsepower by a lot.
But yeah, you really shouldn't need to change much. You are.
Yeah, if you go to E85, just do your soft hoses. Did we ever go over all of the things that we should be changed over on the CX Racing kit? If you buy a CX Racing, okay, if you buy a CX Racing kit, you can use everything. You can use the wastegate. You can use the oil and drain line, the oil feed and drain lines. But like, I wouldn't recommend that you keep that wastegate for too long. No. And I would say that if you do use the stock wastegate, before you actually run it, you take all the hardware apart off it and Loctite every single thing that's threaded. Don't get any Loctite on the actual valve or valve guide, but Loctite on all of the threads, and make sure that it doesn't fall apart, because that is a tendency, is that they do rattle apart. What else? The turbo feed line is a piece of shit.
There's good options for not much more.
Yeah, there are some good options. The drain is also kind of a piece of shit. What else? The BOV is not that nice, but it works.
I just didn't run one, but I recommend a blow-off valve.
Yeah, run a BOV.
I just, because I did custom intercooler piping, the CX kit will obviously have a place for the blow-off valve, but I did not, so that's why I did not run one. I was kind of lazy. I didn't feel like it. Plus, it's to do noises.
Yeah, so I mean, and you'll need to buy injectors, and you can run the stock MAF up to very low boost. I would recommend upgrading the MAF. The one guy that famously ran the stock MAF for a long time wound up just upgrading to a proper MAF because he was tired of failing them.
It's not much more expensive. I get it adds up. When I say that it's not much more expensive, things add up when you upgrade every little thing that isn't much more.
Right. There are some things that you should be upgrading. There are some things that are pretty important, like the oil pump. You should upgrade, like you should do something about your oil pump, even if it's just going in there and putting a little tack weld on the nut, or just using wire tie, something. Anything you do is an upgrade to the oil pump. If you want to add a tensioner, if you want to change the chain, or if you want to just change the entire shaft to be that, the GSR shaft, or any of the other ones that like put a big upgraded pump, you should do something there. And I think MAF, it's sort of like there are a lot of things that you can get away with running completely stock, and then there are some things that you shouldn't try to get away with running stock. Like you shouldn't try to make 400 wheel horsepower on stock injectors. Is there a way to do it? Maybe.
Probably
but
not.
You shouldn't try to find that out.
There are things that you can safely push and that have been, and there's things that just it's
I mean, like, you could probably like increase your fuel pressure to like 150 psi, and like there's a way to do things, but it's just
right. So we're gonna keep talking about the CX Racing kit for a little bit. I think a good thing to go over is the CX Racing kit's power capabilities in itself. So people have pushed over 600 wheel. Some people, I know on their website it says 500 horsepower, but I mean that turbo will spool up and push enough I think upwards of 25 psi, which is enough on E85 to make on a stock M54 make over 500, 600.
Alex, I'm sorry to like jump back to the
You're
oil
good.
pump
No,
thing.
that's important. So,
I can't hear you quite as well for whatever reason right now.
can you hear me better now?
Yes,
okay, it's because
a lot.
I have this thing dangling to my mic.
But people are talking about the oil pump now, and I want to make this clear. So we discussed how the crankshaft has some vibrations and has some harmonics. Now, the harmonic issue of the 3-liter crankshaft is present on all the crankshafts of the exact same length. So the B28 and the B25 have the exact same issue. The B30, I think, is just like they're louder in the B30 because of the long stroke. So the way that it's assembled, the way that the oil pump nut is assembled on the B25, B28, or B30, it's all the same. They're all put together exactly the same. The B30 just experiences the most failures. The aluminum engine, I think, also makes it worse. People have this experience a lot more on the B30 than they do, say, on the S52 from the E46, which runs the exact same crankshaft in a very similar, albeit iron block.
Right.
So all of the oil pumps and all of the M5Xs have this issue. The early M50 had the distinction of actually having a tensioner to go with it. But since then, they don't have a tensioner, and mostly it's M54 B30s that experience it, but they're all vulnerable to it. B25s, everything. They all have the oil pump nut. It's just reverse thread and torque to maybe 40 pound-feet, and that's about it.
And so I think M54 oil pump solutions is cool to talk about. So somebody asked, where was it? They were asking about the Seems Legit Garage oil pump solution. Yeah, here we go. Sorry for so many questions. I've been looking at the oil pump for a while. Is the Seems Legit Garage oil pump pretty bulletproof?
So I believe that's the
I can look right now. Just
the answer is no. And only because there have been a number of failures, and I don't know why they were not my failures, but got to take note.
Yeah, it does happen.
The pump that seems right. The difference between the Parkin pump, as far as I can observe it, and the GSR pump is that the Parkin pump doesn't have the three little what are they called, dowel pins to align the sprocket.
It's a PRD oil pump.
Right. So the PRD oil pump does not have the 3 extra dowel pin alignments that the GSR pump has. Is that the difference? Is that the reason why the GSR hasn't had as many failures and has existed for 2-3 times as long as the Parkin? I don't know. I can't answer that with certainty. I have the GSR pump. I've had it since 2010. Rob also runs the GSR pump. I'm not sure if there's been 1 or 0 GSR incidents, but it's few. Maybe the guys that run Spec E46 might know better. They beat the shit out of those things on the track, so they might indeed know better. I can't answer with certainty what is the ultimate oil pump solution. Some people will say, if you put a new chain on there with a fresh pump, with a tensioner, and you just put a tack weld on there, it might last forever. Is that right? I've tried the welded solution. Maybe we got it too hot and broke the shaft right off.
Yeah, I've heard of that happening.
No, I think I'll send a picture later. It's terrible. It just sheared right off. I've had several failures at the oil pump in my cars, and I would say just do your best. Vac and Achilles each sell an identical solution that I think is not terrible also. I know some people have claimed that it fails also. I have never seen it fail, and I have run that solution There's a lot of different things that you can do to the oil pump. Some people say that they just wire tie it and it lasts forever.
Yeah, mine was wire
Something
tied.
you should do something. You should definitely do something. All E46 suffers from oil pump and subframe cracks. Correct. That's a truism.
So I want to go back up so that I don't forget. But somebody was asking about ITBs. So they asked, Big Brav asked, how does the S54 engine know how much air it's getting? I'm curious if it's possible to swap ITBs on an M54 using MS43 and using the throttle actuator from the M3 as well. Is this possible?
I mean, stock in S54 uses a MAF. However, a lot of people go to alpha end tunes in the S54 and they don't know how much air it's getting, and it's just tuned by throttle position and RPM.
So yeah, I know to speak to the ITBs, it's on Instagram. There's a company called...
You're going super silent every now and then.
On Instagram, it's a lot better. There's a company that is working on making an adapter for M50 to S54 ITVs. They're making it out of certain plastic to make it kind of cheap and easily easy to produce. That way they can get it out without it being thousands of dollars. I'm blanking on the name of it right now. I'm gonna look through really quick.
I wouldn't deal with ITBs.
Yeah, it's not really worth it.
If you here's one
cool.
way to look at
I think
it.
it's
like
cool.
Michael Essa won Formula D in 2012, I want to say. Has been racing with an E46 M3 with an S54 for a long time. If you look at his current setup, there's a big old throttle body on the outside of his manifold. So even an S54 goes single throttle body every now and then. It's not a bad setup.
ITBs just sound cool.
I've never tried it. I've never really dealt with it much. So I can't say with certainty that it's completely not worth it, but it seems like a headache that's kind of unnecessary. Like, enough people walk away from it. Even big power RB26s don't run ITB sometimes.
So I'm going to try something for you guys. Let me know. I'm going to pull it up really quick. This might not work, and if it doesn't work, I'm going to try and screen share, that way I can show what I'm talking about really quick. If it doesn't work, yeah, I'm going to stop immediately, because it's probably going to be a shit show, but...
Oh wow, look at this But if you're going past 1,000 milligrams a stroke, I hope it's making a lot of power, or maybe it's just miscalculating the shit out of things. Is it actually, is the tune actually configured for that B30 MAF? Also, why would an aluminum block create more resonance? I don't know. You would imagine that it could dampen it more because it's, softer material.
Give it a moment. I kind of broke it a little bit.
What are you talking about?
I tried the screen share.
You broke the screen? Yeah. Why?
I wanted to see if it would work if I was actually streaming, and then I couldn't get it to... Okay.
Is it
I
working
just got
still?
it. I got it fixed.
Alright.
Sorry, I kind of broke it. A bunch of it left. Oops. Don't try that again, I guess. If you...
How many people did we have?
Yeah, we're up around like 22 or 23. We didn't lose many. We've been all up and down. I think we peaked...
We don't have shit on the Tiger King, bro.
Eventually. You gotta get it out there.
Tiger King had 80 people for a decade before they got a real producer in. That's
a
definitely the bar.
of it. We have 20. So we're...
Yeah, we have 20. We also have maybe, an hour in, if even, not.
Yeah. Anyways, if you want to continue. Sorry, I...
What were we even talking about? Okay, so the guy, yeah, so there's the one guy running the, oh, we were discussing the aluminum block creates more resonance. I didn't do it. I didn't make the oil pumps, lose their nuts more on the M54B30 than the S52. I'm just observing that they do.
Okay, I think a good thing to go over is the chassis itself with adding power, so subframe reinforcement, suspension, drivetrain components, on a non-M especially. I know that's been a common question.
Wait, which parts?
I mean, we can go over first the chassis itself, so subframe reinforcement, and then drivetrain with adding power.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I'm just getting lost with all the questions. We'll catch up. If we skip over your question, just repost it, please. Please. By the way, look at the stream right now, Alex. What the fuck did you do?
It looks fine to me.
Oh my god, I should like send you a screenshot.
Oh, the blue and orange? You're way delayed, dude. You're not on live right now. You're
the whole thing is blue and yellow.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
go. You skip forward. That it's fixed now. That's 10 minutes behind.
Okay.
Or not 10 minutes. That's like 5 minutes behind. So I have since.
So what's a subframe? Let's start with this guy. What subframe reinforcement and suspension changes to handle 500 wheel horsepower? The suspension changes are completely dependent on what you want to do with the car. That's very like a personal thing. If you're going to go drifting, you're going to need you're going to need coilovers. If you're going to be on the street, honestly, I think you're going to need coilovers too. I think coilovers are kind of a natural progression for these cars as they're so old and the stock suspension is so blown that you're going to need to deal with you're going to need to do something about the shocks and springs. And if you're gonna want it to be sporting, you're probably gonna want to lower the car and stiffen it up a bit. But more importantly, you're gonna need to reinforce where the rear subframe mounts to the car because it's gonna tear out. It's a reality of all E46s.
Yeah, no matter how clean, it's an issue.
Yeah, like even if it were an automatic 323 driven by your grandmother very slowly to the corner store once a week for 25 years, she's probably been hitting a pothole hard enough to break it.
Yeah, I mean, mine was fine up until, I rechecked, and there was a little bit of rust, but you could definitely tell that there was some subframe cracking, subframe mounting.
Yeah, so some trailing arm pockets don't need reinforcement. Like, if they're not if your car is completely rust free, I don't think that the trailing arm pockets conclusively need reinforcement unless you're going to use a bushing that really fights the shit out of it. Like a bushing that's not going to allow the trailing arm but like oscillation to happen naturally. I would say put a spherical in there if you can. If not, and if it does have rust, definitely reinforce it. But without any question, the subframe mount points are gonna they're not gonna hold. Reinforce it before you turbo, ideally.
Patrick, he said his undercarriage is rusted, but not a whole lot. Car survived me throwing it sideways for several hours. Redlining, high-speed runs. Subframe haven't cracked, and I really haven't had any big issues. Unfortunately, unless you remove the subframe, you can't really tell what damage is really there.
Yeah, I mean, that's based on an assumption that it's uncracked, and congratulations for having the car last for so long. There's a guy in Orlando that campaigned, I forget if it was like a NASA series or an SCCA series, but he had a 328 sedan, and he never reinforced his. He would just grab a clean shell and stick billet subframe mounts in, and to him that was enough. I think that's kind of an outlier situation, and some people, have more failures than others, but I would still say definitely reinforce it for turbo. There's a video of me on my channel if you guys want to see of where I just like hop off the line so bad on slicks.
I'll throw it up in the chat. I'll throw a link.
Yeah, I just I just pretzel the drive shaft right there on the line, and if I could only show you guys the damage that the subframe mount point
Bro,
suffered.
I really wish I could screen share.
Like I had a mount point that straight up moved half an inch, like up.
It's the Mickey Thompson's defeat, right?
Yeah, that
so I
thing.
wish
you can just post a link.
That's
just
what
post
I'm gonna
a
do.
link.
That's what I was looking. I wish I could screen share. You guys saw what happened last time I tried to screen share.
BMW tried to fix the subframe issue, and does it work? So BMW did. BMW did recall these cars. They paid everybody that had these cars a chunk of money, and like thousands of dollars, if I remember correctly. There was a lawsuit, and everybody got paid. And the way that BMW did it was with an expanding foam epoxy. They didn't weld it back together. They just sort of glued it together. And I don't know. I haven't actually dealt with any cars that have that factory repair done. All of the cars I've ever dealt with, somebody welded them back together and put plates on it. Those do work.
The plates, the welding of the reinforced or subframe.
Is a rear shock tower base worth for reinforcing?
I've seen them break.
I think that mostly they break when you run like a really dead bushing for a really long time in that upper shock mount. If you run a decent bushing there, you shouldn't have issues. But if the metal's already beaten up from running bad bushings, or if there's some breakdown of the metal because of rust or whatnot, I definitely think that it's worth reinforcing.
So, a question I've seen a couple times now is the Ford 88 rear end from Seems Legit Garage, his swap. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's worth the big price tag? And what applications do you think it's really...
I mean, yeah, for some people it definitely is worth it. If you're a professional drifter, or if you're like really spending a lot of money on trying to make your car a great race car and you need to support it on many different tracks, it's a lot cheaper than getting a quick change, and you can have a bunch of diffs for the price of one quick change of 8.8s. But do I recommend that somebody actually spend that much money for their street car for an 8.8? If you're making insane power and you want a lot of different differential options, it might not be a bad idea. I wouldn't do it. It's too much money for me. I think the 210 diff that BMW makes is actually a great diff, and you can configure that it came in many different ways, and there are a lot of different LSD options for them, for upgrading the factory LSD to more plates and higher lockup. I would opt for that most of the time, because I like that type of LSD. I like a clutched LSD over a Torsen style or a helical style. My recommendation would be probably do something cheaper. The thing that I did on my coupe, of course, the 8.8 wasn't an option back then, was I bought an E32 diff from a 750. The 315 ratio worked out well for me. I welded up some mounts in a E46 M3 subframe and using the E46 M3 rear cover to hold that on. I think that has served me really well. For a couple $100 I can upgrade and rebuild that diff, and it would be really fresh, and I don't have any issues with that setup. But the 8.8, you can buy 8.8 brand new parts from the Summit catalog. You'll never be able to do that for factory BMW diffs. So, I mean, the question is really, are you going to be rebuilding parts a lot? Do you need that part support? Do you need that aftermarket support? And if you do, then the 8.8 might be better. But if you don't, the 210 is pretty great. If you go to a drive shaft shop, they have E46 M3 half shafts on the shelf. Like, that is a part that they produce. So you don't need to get anything custom made. Granted, now that Mike Dodge got involved in the production of the 8.8 swap parts, he is the source of those, those axles and stuff. But you have to sort of, in a certain way, rely on him for those parts, whereas, I don't know, he might not be any less reliable than a drive shaft shop. So,
right. So I saw a couple questions.
I'm not sure that one's better than the other, but what I'm saying is ultimately there is a market support for both, and there's enough support for the E46M that it might be more practical for some people.
Right. So one question was, after the lawsuits, did they change anything to the production of the E46?
It was long after production had ended.
So the lawsuits had happened already whenever. I know some people claim...
it was deep into the E90 production.
Some people claim that the early models, so like MS42 cars, 323, 328s, have worse subframe cracking issues, or it's more common. It might be because they're older.
Yeah, I mean, Big Brap mentioned, did BMW try to fix it in 2003-ish models, got a fix? So I've heard rumors that during the middle of the production phase of BMWs that they tried to reinforce them, or that M3s were somehow better, or that convertibles were somehow better. I've seen them all tear. I don't think so. If they did anything, it was so small that it wasn't substantial.
RCS said, I can't find any clutch LSD for cheap though. The price to swap a proper one, it looks like $3,000 plus. Do you know of any cheaper clutch type?
Yeah. Rob has one. It's like Bimmerda. It's one of the differential makers. They sell it for around $1,000 for the chunk. You'll need to buy shims. You'll probably want to change bearings. Getting a diff built is not a cheap thing. If you're going to use a completely stock diff, it's not cheap. But then again, at a certain point, changing bearings in the diff is something that's going to have to happen with these old-ass diffs. Another option that exists, and I might bring this to market someday, is to just use an E36 LSD, like the whole thing, the whole diff, and retrofit into an E46 subframe. Approximately the same dimensions. The input and outputs are interchangeable, or not interchangeable. Sorry, the input I think is interchangeable. The outputs I'm not certain, but they do bolt up to our half shafts. They, just like the E46 has output shafts that are both, evenly spaced and clustered in pairs. The output shafts on the E36 are the exact same way. So there's two styles. You just match the right style with your half shafts. You can use an E36. Like, this is something that's been done before. A handful of people do this. You just run an E36 diff in the E46. That's, in my opinion, that is the most budget-oriented way if you have the capacity to do some steel welding.
Right. So somebody said the race mode in Poland have done the M54B30 ITB conversion with MS43 and Alpha N tune. Search on YouTube. I think I've seen that before.
I mean, that's cool. I don't have the capacity to do a full Alpha N conversion with no check engine lights or anything. But then again, Active's S54 kits, I think. Or no. Sorry, not Active. HPF's kits came with a check engine light. Active got the engine light off. I forget what they did. But yeah, I don't know how to make the check engine light go away, and I don't know how to make the full gas brake pedal plausibility issue go away for Alpha N also.
Yeah,
so
well, that's actually pretty cool.
I'm not an Alpha N tuner.
Yeah, he says, so this is fairly recent. This is 3 months ago. Race mode. They said they do... if you would like to buy a driver modified ECU soft, you can send an email. But this looks fairly recent. I know 2 years ago they have another video talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they changed in the code, but
to put those ITBs on, I mean, you have to figure out an adapter plate, which.
I mean, NA it might be kind of cool, but I think
I think
that
they made it NA. They made 274 horsepower.
At the wheels or period?
It's in another country, so I assume that's probably crank.
Yeah.
271 271 km power. I don't know. That's just what it's reading out.
It's not kilowatt?
No, it's km.
Yeah, I mean, 271 would be a lot of horsepower.
It says horsepower on the
okay.
I'll throw the link up.
I was lucky mine was reinforced by a BMW dealer with foam. Now I'm going to welding plates in. 2 door cracks. 2 doors crack more often than the 4 door.
I've heard the opposite. I've heard 4 doors crack more than the 2 doors.
Yeah, no, they all crack.
I think it's anecdotal. It's really they go until they crack, and then once they crack, you go, oh, it cracked. But until they don't, I was the same way. I'm like, my car hasn't cracked. My car's not gonna crack. But it's pretty obvious it's starting, and that's 230,000 miles in. It's probably already started underneath the subframe, but you can't see that from visually inspecting it.
Yeah. So Mauricio asks, are Quaife LSD clutch type? No, they're helical. They are capable of doing uneven. Well, they're not as bad as what's the other one? I named it earlier. I forget now. Anyway, they're the Quaife are like the best type of screw driven LSD. But having said that, they're still capable of doing uneven speed, like full torque output. So like where one wheel's not spinning as fast as the other. They do a better job than the Torsen. But or not Torsen. This is Torsen. It's then the I forgot the name of the other one. Whatever.
I don't know. I'd add it.
The one that came from factory in Toyotas and Nissans, which is absolutely terrible.
I have experience with Quaife only in a front wheel
yes,
car.
M Factory is the one that Rob has. RCS. That's right. That is probably the cheapest clutch type, and they also have a helical one. And I would say get the clutched.
Right. I had a Quaife, but
I like clutch type because they're a little bit more aggressive. I mean, BMW used clutch type. How aggressive can it be? It was on non-M cars up until 1995. If you got cold weather package, I would recommend clutched.
Alfredo said Quaife is the shit. Just keep the wheels on the ground.
I'm not a huge
I had a
fan.
Quaife in a front wheel drive car. That's all I know.
I'm a drift kid though,
right.
so like. I'm not going to be content unless it's probably pretty high lockup.
Yeah.
From what I understand, some road race guys really like the Quaife.
Yeah, it really depends on your application, dude. Opinions definitely vary depending on what you're actually pushing with it, because each diff is in a different place.
Yeah, you might get more undesired oversteer with a high lockup clutch diff, but again, ramps can be adjusted. A lot of stuff can be adjusted, and it can be made less aggressive so that you can go around corners without sliding everywhere.
Right. I'm gonna go back to me trying to screen share. I thought that was hilarious. A lot of people were commenting because I'm just reading through those and people were just laughing. Party. Sure. I had some unnecessary or not unnecessary. Some what was it? Some bad flashbacks for a second there. I think the audio got a little messed up too. Somebody said, "It's bad. Stop." I believe we entered another dimension, fellas. Oh, I love having a chat. You guys are funny. I'm just looking through. I think I'm gonna look through. Yesterday I made a post. I'd like to answer some of those questions too.
Yeah.
So I'm not forgetting about that.
So one of the things that we started talking about earlier while you look for that I hadn't really gone too far into was if you are a fabricator and you want to make your own turbo kit and you want to do it on the cheap, and you want to do it around the very, very inexpensive cast iron turbo manifold that's available on eBay. That thing is like, I think I've seen it for as little as 60 shipped, but it seems to hover around 80, 90 most of the time. I would say get the one with the wastegate port on the side, not on the back. And then what do you need to do? You need to fabricate charge pipes, an intake pipe to the filter, and a motor mount and exhaust. And you'll have to hang your intercooler somehow. If you do one of those, I think you can do a turbo kit for well under $1,000. I mean, like we're talking like you're gonna have to end up getting some really cheap injectors, maybe run the stock MAF, and then you can do it all new components and turbo for under 1,000. But that's like a question of how cheap can you get it to work? Like if you're just really pushing the envelope, how inexpensive can it be?
Right, and I think inexpensive options. Somebody just commented, welded diff, a hood option. What's your take on it?
Welded diff. I have a welded diff in my drift car. I think it's fine. I had a roommate that daily drove a welded diff for a long time. I think that you can't street drive very hard when you have a welded diff. Like, you can't take a corner nearly as fast, especially if it's sharp, as you could with an open diff or a proper LSD. You have to sort of realize that corner and once you're doing like in a parking lot, it's just gonna skip a little. So there are some pretty substantial downsides. If all of those things are agreeable for the application of your car, if your car is a drift or drag car, absolutely weld it. But if it's a full-purpose car, or you're trying to do a lot of different things and trying to do a lot of street stuff and try to make it like a nice street car, probably get an LSD.
What's nice about the welded is it's an easy solution to get better grip for a straight line or roll race car. One of the downsides people I haven't heard talk about, I've heard it mentioned, is that when you have a welded diff, if you have a really aggressive like a radial or slick, if you're really in boost, you're pushing a lot of power, and then you just let out really quick, you could kick out pretty easily because you're always at full lock. Your diff's always locked up.
Yeah, I mean, you once you like come off of throttle, the car can transfer on its own the opposite direction, usually to the right.
Yeah, and that could be an issue if you're inexperienced. These are pretty. I wouldn't say easy, but it was my first turbo build, and I was able to make decent power. You could pretty easily. The tuning process will kind of teach you. But if you're doing your first full throttle pull and you got a welded diff and a decent tire on it, and you let out really quick, you could have some issues there. Other than that, I mean, if you get used to it, it's not that big a deal. The only other sacrifice, obviously, is drivability on the street becomes lesser. But I like the welded option because it's like $50 to $100 versus over $1,000.
Right, and that's if you're paying somebody to do it.
Basically for free. I mean, right. It would just cost the fluid to refill. And if you were really ghetto, you could dump the fluid out and then put it back in, and it could cost you literally like $10 in materials.
It'll cost you shielding gas and a wire.
Materials to weld it, but it's definitely a good option. It's one of the more common options because a lot of people you don't buy a $1,000 car and put a $1,000 diff in it. You know what I mean?
If you're going to be welding your diff, read up, maybe watch some YouTube videos on people that have done it because like it's not fun. You have to clean a lot of oil out of your diff, and then you have to like not overheat your bearings. It's kind of shitty.
Yeah, I didn't mind it on my E30, but I wasn't pushing any kind of power, and that was.
No, I'm saying the actual process of welding the diff is kind of shitty because you're like risking bearings and you're also like throwing a bunch of slag, and like if you're MIG welding, you could be throwing a bunch of slag into your diff. So like do something to make sure that you get all the slag out. Do something like if you don't clean it up enough, you're not going to get a good weld started.
Yeah, the process to clean it out.
If it's like loaded with oil, so you're going to have to clean it up. It's not exciting. It's not fun. If there are other options, you'll probably want to take the other options.
So somebody RCS asked again about preventative maintenance besides oil pumps, subframe, and hoses. What else would you do? I think one of the things I would do is Vanos if it hasn't been done.
Yeah, do Vanos. Rebuild your Vanos. maybe an M50 manifold swap.
That would pretty much get rid of the need to deal with.
Well, you don't have to deal with the DISA.
Exactly, because that's some maintenance that might need to be done. M50 is gonna simplify it. I like it. It's a lot more simple. You can make more power. People, mostly turbo is the most benefits you'll see. It has a lot of airflow, and then you get rid of the potential problems of DISA under higher boost pressures, which some people say there's no problems with DISA, and some have claimed that it fails quicker or fails in general because of boost pressure.
So Madness actually comes in here and asks, can you run turbo or top one? The position, I mean, or bottom turbo or the top one? Yeah, yeah. So it's the manifold that dictates where the turbo is mounted. Both work fine. Alex had a top mount that I think you enjoyed, right?
It was very easy to access, especially because I had HUD exit. I didn't have to touch anything underneath, and
right, and it looks cool.
Oh, it looks awesome, and yeah, there's downsides on each. I will mention, because this has to go with the top and bottom. Bottom mounts are easier to retain AC, but
well, not always. But I guess with the CX kit is not particularly talented at retaining AC.
That's what I was going to get into. Somebody asked, is it possible to retain AC with the top mount CX Racing kit? Yes, but you need custom AC lines. That's the only solution I've seen. Custom AC lines.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you have to relocate some stuff, just the location of the piping and the turbo and everything.
Can you run the CX Racing hot pipe on the inside of the frame rail?
No, I don't think so.
No. All right, yeah. So if you have to put the pipe down in through that hole, then I think
what you have to do, and that's why you'd have to relocate it.
All right, yeah. Okay. I would say that once you're using that hole, yeah, you're right. You have to completely change the lines.
The only time I've seen it retained was custom lines, and that was a local guy I wanted to make a video on, but unfortunately he had to part out his car fairly quickly. That was the link I showed you where he sold the injectors pretty much in 10 minutes. They were gone. He messaged me. He's like, hey, do they work with M50 intake manifold? I'm like, yeah. He's like, all right, somebody was wondering. And then he was like, sold. I was like, god damn.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say that I prefer bottom mount for the most part. Top mount downsides are, so yeah, you might have to fight the AC if you're taking that routing that CX Racing does with their hot side charge pipe. That's definitely not friendly to keeping AC. Bottom mount kits it's pretty easy to not have to use that at all. The charge pipe stays on the inside of the frame rail. If it goes anywhere that's untoward, it's probably going to be under the car, which is a frequent trope of running bottom mount turbo is where do you run the charge pipe, and a lot of people end up running it under the car. The Nick G kit that I bought did kind of this little thing where it kind of wrapped right around the strut tower and kind of just tried to go above the manifold, and it did, and it worked. And that was effectively a clean way of doing it, but it had to size down to a 2-inch pipe to do that. Again, that wasn't the highest performance kit. That was a kit that was built to be to have a lot of longevity. I ran that kit for a long time with absolutely no issues. It held together beautifully. This is
not a long time ago, but
right, that kit was sold as a stage 1 with 320 horsepower.
And that was for a car that was fairly new at the time as well. I mean, newer compared to now.
It was released in 2008. Late 2008. I was, I think, one of the very first customers, if not the very first customer. That was the customer.
Things like CX Racing kit, obviously, you wouldn't throw that on a brand new. I wouldn't throw a CX Racing turbo kit on a brand new M3. You know what I mean? Whereas, an older non-M is more.
Right. I mean, if you have new car money, you're probably not searching in the Chinese parts bin for bullshit.
But I think it has a place. Even if you have money, I think it's fun to play with.
No, I think that the as a shit sipper, I absolutely love low cost items. Things that give me access that I otherwise wouldn't be able to have by virtue of not being a rich person. having said that, I always prefer to have nicer things than crappier things. And some of the things that come with the CX Racing kit, the CX Racing kit, one of the nicest things that comes with it is the manifold, and it's only $700. In a way, the CX Racing kit is way overpriced.
Yeah.
Because if you were to buy the intercooler, the manifold, the turbo, the charge pipes, it would be less. It just wouldn't be configured. The pipes are custom welded to actually fit. It wouldn't be that. And then you get a downpipe also. You get a downpipe that's a solid beginning to an exhaust. And so if you want all of those things, that's what you're paying for when you're paying for the CX Racing kit. You're paying for those things to be pre-assembled, which I think is a bit of a cop-out from a Chinese company that makes something like, you can just buy the manifold for $700. And theoretically, you might still be able to get the rest of the kit put together for under $1,000 if you're just buying materials and putting it together yourself. But that like, the reason why you pay the extra $800 is so that you can have it all configured for your car, and you have a downpipe that already fits, you have charge pipes that already fit.
And I've never doubted the fitting, because I've never heard any fitment issues really.
Right.
Which is nice, because some people do complain of fitment issues on some other cars, kits or pieces from eBay.
Absolutely.
And so that's one nice thing is CX Racing's good at, if something were to not fit, you can message them and they would more than likely, send you something that does fit.
Right. Another trope.
Well, wait. So I want to add one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think CX Racing is American based.
I think they're based out of California, but it's all Chinese
absolutely.
equipment.
But having that, in America, you get a more
right.
You can actually get the parts.
Their customer service is regional, even if the hardware.
So I think that's one positive for them.
Right, and there was a time when Chinese manifolds from eBay all failed instantly. There's a few designs that are still for sale on eBay that are absolute garbage, and the CX Racing just doesn't apply. It doesn't fit with those. The CX Racing is, completely a rung above. It is a quality piece that for the most part doesn't crack. Like you have to put it through some shit to crack it. It's not as crack proof as, say, a cast manifold, but it's for a cheap Chinese piece, it's impressive.
And then if it does crack, usually it's not anything crazy. It could be rewelded or
right.
fixed up.
Not
that you'd want to, but if you
once manifolds crack, the metal is so heated from being an exhaust, and that it's doesn't, like, especially if it cracks along a weld, it's really not the most trustworthy thing to re-weld it back together. But if it's already broken, why not try?
For one thing, the custom AC lines, nobody really sells them. You'd have to do it yourself. The guy I know who did it, he went to a junkyard and he grabbed a bunch of AC lines from different cars and just bent them himself.
Oh, that's a good way to do it. But yeah, you can get custom lines made by some hydraulic shops. They'll cut your lines and solder on a fitting.
Yeah, but you'll have to measure and do.
You can do that before. Like I've had that done before.
A cheaper option would be the junkyard special.
Yeah. No, and probably a better option, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. He did a very good job. He was very thorough. He's a cool guy. I really wanted to make a video with him, but he has to go back to, I believe, Brazil or somewhere.
Is that the guy that bought the harness?
He bought the harness and the map from me. Unfortunately, the reason he parted out his car is you can't, when you have situations like that, you can't really have a car sitting there waiting to hold you back. He doesn't necessarily know if he has to go.
Of course.
That's his business, but he was like, I'd rather not be in a rush to sell the car, so he parted it out. I still have to get back to him. He offered me the trans, and I think drive shaft for $550, but I don't have money right now, so.
I'm sorry to jump back to a topic we discussed earlier, but we were talking about reasons why the CX Racing kit might be attractive. One of the many tropes of Chinese hardware is that the turbo smokes.
Yeah, I had
Almost
smoky
all
turbo.
cheap $100 Chinese turbos give a little bit of little bit of smoke, just
So my
slightly.
experience with the smoke was
Um,
at idle and at some diesel down hills. I got a lot of smoke out of the exhaust. It was very
and this is on a top mount turbo, so this is not because you're having issues getting oil
no
out of the
exactly
turbo.
that
It's just what they
right.
do. I've had a lot of Chinese turbos on my SR20. All I've ever run is Chinese turbos, and more than a few. Uh, and the thing is, they all smoke a little bit, and it's just sort of a reality of running a cheap Chinese turbo. If you pay $100 for a CX Racing turbo kit, what I've learned is they'll just keep on sending you new turbos until one doesn't smoke if you care enough about it and ask them for it. And that's like, and therein lies the benefit of buying a full kit from a company with
And
support. Is they'll just start throwing you turbos until
well, and they're
one
so
doesn't
cheap and they have
smoke.
yeah
And I'm not even sure that they'll ask for the old ones back. So you might end up sitting on a huge stack of
smoky turbos. Yeah,
oil burning
you can
turbos.
turbo a bunch of cheap cars. So Madness said no. SX, I think he meant CX Racing is in the U.S. Do you know good kit that I could buy in Europe? I think they do international shipping. CX Racing might.
Yeah, CX Racing should be
Yeah,
available
they just
anywhere.
put it together. It's a
They're
U.S. based
based in
company
California.
more or less. I mean, they kind of
Yeah,
source parts from mostly
right.
China and then some other places, but
Yeah.
we're having some sub discussions in the comments, which I do love. If you guys are helping each other out, that helps. You know, we can't answer every single question.
Well, which one is it? We can always come back. We can always
I think
circle
they were just
back.
talking about suspension setups, spring rates, and
Yeah, I don't see it.
if you go up Alfredo and OS 36 X Art's the one who asked about the AC lines. They were just asking about spring
Yeah,
rates and so.
yeah. The question about longevity for the CX Racing kit, I've never run it myself. It seems like a pretty decent kit. I wouldn't count on the turbo to last forever, but it should last you a good long while. Just don't get too concerned about the mild mist of smoke coming out of it. And the manifold, like if you're doing some hardcore track stuff, you might crack it. But if you're not, it should last pretty good
Right,
long while.
so Patrick's got to go. He said he'll watch it later, so I'll see you. Thanks for stopping by. John said, "Do you know if DIY PSI's turbo manifold are made in China or in the U.S.?" I think they're Chinese. They look
DIY PSI, that's actually decent stuff.
they look more. People were comparing them. Somebody had asked if they were the same as the CX Racing, but they're not the same. But yeah, that extra $800 gets you 6 extra turbos. Yeah,
It might.
it
It
could. We're not
could.
saying go and
It
do
could.
it,
And I mean,
but you know, if you get a smoky turbo, definitely contact them, and I'm sure they're willing to help out.
yeah,
They're so
if you
cheap.
get a smoky turbo and it upsets you,
Yeah,
then
I
yeah.
mean, I didn't mind the smokiness. Scared me the first time. I mean, I got out of my car to record a race. It was one of my videos, and I got back. I looked at my car, and there was just I was billowing smoke out of my exhaust, and it wasn't until I got into some load that I was able to have the smoke clear up. It scared me. Didn't happen again until I was going down a hill
Couldn't
once.
get the DIY PSI website to
Oh,
load.
DIY PSI.
So
I
I'm
think
not
their
gonna.
website's having an issue. I tried to look it up the other day. None of
Yeah.
their links are working.
Is our stream working? I'm getting like a thinking circle on black
What
screen.
I see, we are up.
Okay. Mine's just shitty, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, I think you're delayed because when you were looking, your
Maybe.
stream that you're looking at, because the last time I had an issue, you were
Yeah.
looking, it's fine. Yeah, so the DIY PSI manifold page is down. As far as I can tell, you've mostly confirmed that, being that you're on a different computer in a different state looking at it, and it won't load. Any link I've looked at, I cannot find anything. When I was trying to look at it to compare it to the CX Racing manifold, I was not able to pull that up, so... The spring discussion was about what's the best setup for mostly twisty roads, occasional track, what spring rates front and rear for kind of just like a track-oriented car. If you want to put
I have a sedan that I street drive that I enjoy that's set up at 450 front, 600 rear. Or we might have gone a 700 rear so that we could put... Yeah, I think we might have gone a 700 rear so it could be really low and take 3 people in the back plus luggage.
Big Brad said, is this stream available to rewatch later? There's a lot of good information here. I am going to. Unfortunately, I think I didn't record this stream. I might be able to re-download it. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to take portions of it to make it bite-sized. So my plan is, and this might take a couple days to do, if there's a good question and we have enough information, I want to cut that out, make it like its own 5 to 10 minute video. That way, I'll have a prompt in the title. It'll be like, what suspension for twisty roads, or just because that's on the top of my head. That way you guys don't have to watch a 2 or 3 hour stream. Other than that, I think one of the quicker ways, I'm going to upload the stream after, it'll auto upload. I'm going to put timestamps for some of the questions if I have time to go through and watch the stream again.
Yeah, well, who knows? We need to keep on doing this stream until we beat Joe Exotic's 80 concurrent viewers.
Yeah, we could do that eventually.
Maybe. That's the bar, bro.
Definitely this is the first of many. I think Jules enjoying it.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of fun.
So enthused. I'm having fun. I think it definitely is good information, and it's coming from a person that when I started, as questions you're asking, I was asking the same thing, except I had no outlet. Facebook was one of the biggest ones, but YouTube was really vague. Cody Alpine was on, but he did the FIC6, and he kind of just, did a bunch of his own thing. It wasn't, it wasn't as deep as this, I don't think.
John King asks, which company makes good turbo manifolds for the M54? If you want to go cheap, you're saying good quality, but I'm going to start at the cheap. The best cheap manifold, and probably kind of like, if you're content making less than 500 wheel horsepower, if you're content making under 400 wheel horsepower on pump gas on a stock engine, I would say without question get the cast iron bottom mount manifold from eBay with the wastegate facing the side, not the back. There have been a number of cast iron manifolds for the M5X that have come over the years, and this one is actually, in my opinion, one of the better designs, and it's so cheap. And, people do fail the cast iron manifolds, but it's extremely rare, and it's so cheap that, like, how mad could you get if after, 80,000 miles of abuse, you crack the $60 manifold? So that's the cheapest good option, in my opinion. The CX Racing manifold exists, it's a lot more expensive. It's $600-700. And it will hold more power. It'll make more power. Just exact same setup. It'll make more power one manifold versus the other, but it won't last as long. And again, top mount has downsides. It puts a lot of heat next to the valve cover. It can mess up the plastic valve cover. Even if you change to the M56 metal valve cover, the gasket's still going to have problems. Top mount. It's part of one of the realities of top mount is you change valve cover gaskets more frequently than you do in bottom mount. Bottom mount cools better. The engine bay cools a little better. It's more hidden. You don't see it. So if you are going for more of a stealthy setup, that's better. But if you're trying to go for more of a cool blingy setup where, you show off your turbo, that just doesn't happen in bottom mount.
It's kind of discreet.
I think probably the highest quality, nicest manifold that you can buy that is not tubular is the Steed Speed. CES Motorsport, I believe, sells it. I think they might be the only people. I don't think Steed Speed even sells it directly through their website. I have one of those. I really like it. And then there's all sorts of custom tubular manifolds that are made by independent fabricators. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Almost all M5X E36 manifolds will fit E46.
Yeah, that Steed Speed one looks cool. I'll throw a link up if people are.
Yeah, the Steed Speed's really beautiful. I have that.
Did you use an E36 named one, or is it not matter? I don't know. Here's the link to the E36 one. Keep in mind this is E36.
I have a tubular Ukrainian built one that I really like. That's a V-band manifold. It uses a teal turbine housing.
Yeah, that Steed Speed one looks good.
It's pretty. I think that my tubular manifold's even better looking than
that's awesome looking.
The Steed. But the thing is, it's tubular, so it's never going to be as reliable as something like the Steed Speed or cast manifold, regardless of how quality it is. And that is like one of those manifolds that's all TIG welded and backfilled with gas, and it's all made out of cast stainless pieces. So theoretically, that should last forever, but I promise you they don't.
Hey, if you want to give me one moment, I'm going to answer one more question, and then I gotta
go
do something, but if you want to continue answering questions, if you don't mind. Okay, so
sure.
How was the drivability of the PSI Stage 3 clutch kit you mentioned? I had the FX Racing, but it's the same thing, I think.
Wait,
which the PSI Stage 3. He's just talking about the eBay Stage 3. I had mentioned it yesterday. It's like the FX Racing Stage 3 I had. The drivability and then any flywheel chatter. I didn't notice any chatter. It was actually a fairly quiet clutch, surprisingly. I've heard chatter issues. It is a single mass.
Yeah, I mean, once you go single mass, you're gonna have chatter.
Drivability, the clutch got a little stiffer, but other than that, it wasn't bad. I am going to take myself off for 5 minutes here. I gotta go do something. It'll be really quick.
All right, I'll field questions in the meantime by myself.
Be right back.
All right, see you in a bit. All right, what are you guys asking here? Let's see. Just me now, huh? All right. I'm ready to give up my 46 for Miata just because there's not enough build talk on YouTube. Well, I guess we need to hang out here more. But there's plenty of information on E46s. I would say don't give up on it, but I don't know if you're a real Miata fan, maybe. Miatas are cool too. Just I don't know. Alex Gold is going M54 Turbo. I'm excited to see his stuff. Yeah, it looks like an interesting build. Link I provided is for the DIY PSI manifold. You provided a link, John Kang. It's scrolling up. I don't see it. Maybe I'm blind. And yes, I agree. The Steed Speed manifold does look incredible. It's a billet steel welded together. It's the idea behind that manifold is that it's tubular on the inside. If you look at the dyno outcomes of that, there are some listed on the Bimmer forums forced induction section, which is since they're cousins, they're not. I would say not siblings to the M54 and M52 TU, but they're so similar that it's
I don't know.
It's comparable enough. And if you want to find more information on tuning and what has been done and what's been attempted, more has been attempted on the E36 than on the E46 because the platform's a little bit better in some ways. The electronics on the E46 are great, but the cast iron block is a benefit. The slightly better flowing head is a benefit, and they've been around and worthless for a lot longer than the E46. What else? Can I safely push 450 to 500 and 330 XI with SMG trans? So GS637 SMG, which is actually not even called SMG. It's called like something else. I forget now.
Hey, by the way, can you hear me okay? Okay, perfect.
Yes, I can. I see you. Welcome
hello,
back.
Sir. I'm just listening, so.
So yeah, I'm trying to answer this question about the SMG trans. So the GS637 stick shift version would hold 450 to 500 just fine. That it's all-wheel drive is not an issue. 450 to 500, you would need to be on E85 if you're on a completely stock engine. But can the platform hold it? Absolutely. SMG problems? I don't know. I've never dealt with that version of SMG. I would ultimately recommend against SMG stuff, though. There are people like Mike Dodge who's like retrofitting modern M4 SMG, like DSG, I guess, into his M54 car. So if you're keeping that system, might work. I don't know. Upgrading that system to something else might also work. I can't say. To be honest, if you're going to an XI with an SMG trans and you're trying to maintain all-wheel drive, you might actually have to steal a transmission off of the new S58 cars if you want to upgrade to something modern, because those actually have all-wheel drive. Right. I don't know if there are other SMG BMW six-cylinder transmissions.
That all-wheel drive and those transmissions are kind of an unknown. Not many people have done it.
I'm kind of surprised that there even was an XI with SMG ever made. Like I've never seen that.
Fairly rare. I know non-M's got SMGs, but they were rare.
Right, and an XI with SMG would be even rare. Like that's a thing that I've never seen. I have a Facebook under my own name. I might start B Racing. It'd be BE Racing.
I think IB Racing's cool. But he wants so his explanation for this is IB Racing is IB Racing, B Racing is Weeby Racing. It's us.
Well, B Racing. It's because like IB Racing is the name that I came up with for my Instagram and that I used for my own racing ventures. And then B Racing, I don't like using the IB Racing thing when it's a company that it's such a collaborative effort between, the tuner and the driver to, create something and get something going that it's too self-centered to put the I there. I thought about Weeby, but I just like B Racing because that's like kind of the point.
So I wanted to interject right quick. Zach Pfeiffer said, should I try to tune my MS43 myself or just order the DME? I wanted to say something really quick. I think you're local to me. Zach Pfeiffer, you might be friends with me on Facebook. If you have an Acura or something, if you want to comment, let me know. I know you had an there's a guy named Zach Pfeiffer I'm friends with on Facebook that's local. I think I've sold a part to once. He's got an E46. Let me turn the light on. I look like crap. But
no worries.
But if you want to answer that question, should I try to tune it myself or just order a DME? Your thoughts on ordering it versus?
Wait.
I think he's saying that like buying one off a website.
Which person is
Pfeiffer?
this? I'm not even seeing that.
Yeah.
Here. Should I try to tune MS42 myself or just order a DME? Up to you, man. Up to what you find to be your own limitations. If you want to if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know which direction the maps are supposed to go, maybe order or discuss it with a tuner. If you feel like you know how the maps need to be shaped, then experiment, and fortunately these engines are cheap and replaceable. There was another question. Thoughts on lowering compression ratio? Mauricio, I wanted to address this. I don't like doing it if you don't have to. So with the 85, you can avoid dropping compression. Why do I dislike dropping compression? First of all, if you're dropping compression, that means you're taking your head off. And if you're taking your head off, that means that you're torquing against aluminum block, and nobody wants to do that, really. It's just unpleasant.
One thing with that is depending on if you have E85 near you or not. That could be the difference.
It can, and I think that if you don't have E85, you really need to ask yourself what you want to do and what you want to use that engine for. And can you be okay just running pump gas and keeping, running at 10 psi or less, can you be happy with that setup, making around 400-ish wheel? Is that enough? On a 35R, it would make around 400-ish wheel on that kind of setup. Maybe a little less, even, if you use a more restrictive manifold, for example. But if you drop compression, you're going to lose economy so much that the car is not going to be as good of a street car. I think it's better to just sort of embrace. By the way, your face is
I
so
turned on the
dark.
light.
You're okay. All right, I'm seeing the
Yeah, I was
delay.
gonna say, if you look at the Skype,
So
it's updated.
yeah, so if you drop compression, you lose a lot of economy, and the car doesn't become that lazy. It becomes a little lazy, but mostly you're also having to deal with what are you doing for a head gasket, and almost all head gasket options, in my opinion, are bad, or there's some downside. If you go with the Athena or JE, Athena is the original maker of that gasket. JE purchased it. So if you use the smaller bore version, only one of 3 teeth actually hit the head. The other 2 teeth are suspended in by the valve, in the shrouding of the valve. If you use the large diameter, then you're creating a slot between the head and the block. So the head would go on top, the block would go on bottom, and then if the combustion chamber is here, the ring is out here, and you're creating the slot all the way around the combustion chamber. If you use any tall head gasket, you're going to be running into issues of that sort. I like the stock head gasket because it's super thin, super thin, and it's properly sized, and it's not perfectly round. I would recommend that if you can stick with the stock gasket in your setup, that you probably should. If you don't have to tear your engine apart, probably don't. If you have to tear your engine apart, that's when you really need to start considering an iron block, in my opinion.
So,
because, like, okay, your engine's apart, you're $200 or less from getting in a long block M52, and in my opinion, that it's a less stressful proposition. It's you're building in more longevity into your build and capacity for it to withstand more failure.
Okay,
and
so
stuff.
I wanted to answer this question really quick because he's got to get off. RCSS, my last major concern is passing smog in California. With the MS43 tune software, will it ensure I can remove this check engine light and pass? I think they can't do a visual check anymore with new laws, so that's good.
So yeah, hopefully, yeah, no, if you're in a state like California, I don't. There is no, like, there are some mentions of forced readiness on the MS4X. I've never gotten that to function properly.
And I have a guy locally who claims that he is able to get forced readiness to work and you'll pass emissions. My answer to that is always, I've never seen it work, and I can get anybody. I mean, it's kind of a street service, more or less. But in Illinois itself, I can exempt people from emissions. I don't know about California. I don't know if there's any process to that.
Right, like every state's going to be different. Is there a way to make cars forced readiness? Yes, there is a way. Is it public? No,
there's an option. See, that's what's confusing to people, is if you go on to, I think, like ROM Raider, it's like forced readiness, yes, and then they think it works.
Right, there are options that are labeled forced readiness, like put it in this position for forced readiness, and then you think, oh, if I go through all the menus and put them all in forced readiness position, it'll be in forced readiness. It won't. I have seen a file that does create the forced readiness setup. I don't think it should be public. I kind of agree with the idea that I think that MS4X as a website and as a resource to us would probably go down if somebody posted something like that on there.
So, yeah, I think that was a great question. Jules said stock engine with 85, 400 to 500 wheel horsepower is possible, but what would the safety measures be for more power down the line? Would you take, since M54B30 has forged crank and pistons. I think it only has a forged crank, correct?
Yeah, it's got forged rods. Technically, they're powder forged, which is not the most robust form
Definitely
of forging.
Less stronger than like some other, engines, though.
Right. So the stock M54 pistons are actually pretty pathetic. People have taken them up to 700 or so horsepower. I think some probably even further. But
and that's what we know of. I mean, yeah.
It's not a great solution for longevity at that power level. If you look at an N54 piston, it is so much more robust than the M54 piston. This is kind of like one of the weaknesses of the paradigm of the platform. If you want to go to something really strong, you'll have to go to forged pistons. Right. You have to buy like JE or Wiseco or CP pistons.
It comes down to reliability. You can like that. Past 500s when you start to run into real issues with longevity. I know Jack was above 600, and then he went down to 500, maybe even a little below 500, just to ensure that his completely stock unopened engine would stay alive. So, like, it depends on what you want. Like, if you want a fun street car, I don't think 700 is even necessary, depending on, what you want.
I mean, the thing that's kind of weird, since I started down this road with this platform, 400 wheel horsepower used to be a fuck ton.
way back. I'm young, but even when I was, I watch older videos, or when I was growing up, 400, 500 horsepower cars were fast, pretty quick. Right.
The big thing that's changed, in my opinion, from where I'm standing, is there are things like a Hellcat now. There are Camaro and Corvette and Mustang options that, get real close to that 1,000 horsepower figure in factory form.
Old Mustangs are making what we make, or as fast as we are, and then new Mustangs. My buddy, he's on the channel, I have a couple videos. He had a Mustang Roush Stage 3, so this is a factory upgraded car. This is a car you can buy from a dealership. He did an oil solution, oil pump solution, I think. He did studs, and then he put a smaller pulley fuel system E85, and he made damn near 900 wheel. He was a high 10 car with a tire, and then he was almost in the 9s manual on a stock clutch as well. This is stock flywheel, stock clutch, stock transmission, stock engine, Coyote. He's making good power. But very expensive. It's a $50,000 car, $60,000 car. I think it's like $65,000 new for the Stage 3 because it comes stock with supercharger. One of the reasons he was able to make that much, he had a VMP Stage 2 or Stage 2 supercharger upgrade.
We're all. Those of us who are still playing with this old garbage are either poor or just really dedicated to the platform. Really love it.
And I'm poor.
And there's some of both. Yeah, I'm poor. And I can't afford these expensive new cars, but I know a handful of people that could and just choose not to.
And that's not a bad thing. everybody has their place. Everybody.
No, I really, really celebrate those people for not ditching us.
Yeah, I love it. Any kind of support, any kind of love on the M5X platform, the E46 platform is pretty great. Where were we? JD's heading out. Just got to get some groceries. Thanks for stopping by. He said hopefully when he gets back we'll still be here. Possibly, probably not. I don't know.
Yeah.
So RCS said I might have found a guy who will pass me no matter what. No, though. So fingers crossed. I just need to keep searching. Thanks, guys. I'll come back and watch the rest of the stream once it's posted. Thanks. Yeah, I'll see you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for giving us some content. Oh, I saw this one posted before. He just reposted it. Thanks for reposting so we could talk about it. Oil supply for oil cooler. What do you recommend? Is Vanos oil line an option? I think oil filter sandwich plates actually bypass the filter past the cooler.
Okay, so we can't do a sandwich plate because our filter's just not mounted like that.
So we actually have an option. If you go to Hack Engineering, I'll pull up the link and I'll post it.
Are you going to do an oil filter cap option? Yeah. All right, those things kind of suck. Okay, no, I mean like oil filter caps is how people have been doing coolers on the M5X for a long time. We have that oil filter housing that sits at the very front of the engine that bolts to the side of the block there. Uh, the most proper way to do an oil cooler is to completely change that piece to an oil block. That where you have a pressure side, like an unfiltered pressure side straight out of the pump, and an inlet pipe or an inlet side for the engine to, use your filtered oil, and then you run the lines out, filter it, cool it, and pump it back into the engine. VAC sells such a plate. Um, I know Achilles also sells such a plate. Those might be the only big companies that I know, and so I would say buy it from Achilles. I'm not a huge fan of VAC. And yeah. So yeah, I would say that that's the best way to do it, is to just not use the factory oil filter housing at all. Oh, another way is to just use the S54
That's what
oil
I was
filter
gonna say.
housing.
That's
It
that the
has fittings on
M3
it.
S54 oil filter housing fits, and it has I think AN or some kind of no,
No,
not
they're
AN.
not
You
AN.
can get it.
They're made. You can put AN fittings on there quite easily, but yeah, it comes with fittings for it to run the factory S54. It's got
Yeah,
the holes
John
for
just
the lines
commented
to
that
go
you
into.
can't use the S54 oil filter housing. Yes, that's a common solution.
Mm.
It's a nice OEM solution. It looks nice. If you want to be OEM
Yeah,
plus.
that's exactly.
Um,
But now, one of the issues with the stock system is that it also can bypass the filter altogether. Um, but if you did a system with a proper oiling block like VAC, the VAC or slash Achilles system is, I call it VAC because VAC came first, even if I prefer Achilles. Uh, if you if you use one of those setups, you can also add something like an oil accumulator to the engine, and you can run, like, if you were to run dry sumping, you would need to use something like
right,
that.
and that comes into play with people using or not using. So there's a guy, and I wanted to bring this up. People ask about running the engines, the M5X is run on a slant. People wonder about running it upright, and it's been done. It's expensive. It
Hmm.
does lead to issues with possibly with cooling. The biggest issue to address is the oil pan and the oil pump and how those things work.
I mean, the thing is, everything is made on those engines for
Right,
it to be at
exactly.
that angle. Like, the thing is, your oil drain in the head, you're gonna have oil pooling in weird places. The cooling system was meant to be cool. It was
Yeah,
meant to be
the
bled
pump
in that
will
system,
run
so you
weird.
might end up getting weird air bubbles stuck in the coolant passages. That this is. I'm not certain that these are problems you'll
And
run
that's the thing.
into
Not many people have
because
done it.
I've
Yeah.
never but like, these are things that I'd be very concerned with, like the oil drains back to the oil pan on the exhaust side because it's leaning onto the exhaust side. If it's vertical, you're going to have oil pooling on the intake side, and it's not going to be able to make its way back down to the oil pan. You might get oil trapped in the head.
Somebody's swapping a Volkswagen.
Um,
They did that. That's why I brought that up. Especially because they did get rid of that oil filter housing.
yeah, I've read that you can't use an M54 head on 52 iron block. John,
Yeah, I
you're
addressed
correct.
that comment.
Which model has an iron block? I know that the M52, how can I tell them? 323, 328.
Yeah, so the E36 320.
Yeah, there are no M52 TUs in E36s.
Yeah, it's a.
Yeah, don't retain the M54 head. Just use the E36 head. You're
And I
good.
told them that there is it's possible to go to a Vanos on the M52 with some work, if that was something you really wanted to do.
Yeah. Sorry. I was, I guess, focused on
You're
other
good. No,
questions.
it's all good. OS36 says I have a 2004 330. I assume it has MS45. I bought a cheap MS43 to start messing with tuning. Is there only thing I have to worry about to get it up and running EWS delete? So if you have that 2004 is going to be MS45. You're going to have to
that's
get some more
for
stuff.
any rear-wheel drive U.S. car for sure will be MS45.1.
Yeah, you're going to have to do, if you're converting to MS43, it's going to be DME, EWS delete. You're going to have to bypass EWS actually in your car. That's what I had to do.
No, I mean you don't have to
unless you get a whole
AWS in the
setup.
car.
When I changed DMEs, my car wouldn't crank until I actually the EWS module, even though I had it deleted on the DME, it wouldn't crank until I actually hardwired it, bypassed it, past the key.
Yeah, you probably needed boot mode.
Yeah, I ended up just wiring it that way.
But
and then MAF, and then the
yeah,
entire MS43 harness, I think, and then maybe some sensors. You might be able to answer that question better. MS43 conversion.
Yeah, so you can, if you wanted to hack up the stock harness, you could. The things that you have to change on it to, fit the factory MS43 stuff is I guess your alternator is an MS45 alternator and it plugs into your MS45 harness. However, the MS43 stuff is different. If you want it to be completely correct to the MS43 stuff, and I don't know how much necessity there is to do this, but if you wanted to run your MS45 alternator, I don't know what it would do through the harness. The MAF is a different plug, so you can just cut it off and replace it. Do your own wiring there, or again, if you don't want to deal with the alternator or the MAF plug, just get a full MS43 harness and an MS43 alternator, and MAF, of course. Then on the other side, so you'll need a new O2 harness and a new coil harness. So the coil harness is pinned differently. Again, you could use the MS45 harness and just repin it. But if you don't want to deal with that, and the harness is worth very little at a junkyard, it's like $10 for the little harness.
So the MS45, this is a personal question for me. The MS45 and the MS43 coil pack harness differs even if it's the same coil packs. So like if it's the late model coil packs and you have MS45, as long as you switch that harness out, you can use it.
Correct. You can keep the same valve cover and the same coils. MS43 came with two different types of coils. The early coils were the square bolt-in coils, and the late coils were the round pencil-type coils.
Which are amazing, but I like them because they're easy to work with. I guess in the long run.
Yeah, like it doesn't require any tools to remove.
In the long run, I remember you had mentioned at one point that the earlier style coils might be a little better in terms of.
They might be a little worse. I'm not completely certain about that either.
Nothing's set in stone. I mean, there's a lot of things that we can say for almost certainty, but there's a lot of things that aren't tested like super well with this.
Well, I mean, like there's a lot of discussion on the
That's
coils.
What I'm saying. Like, it's mostly discussion at that point.
There is an argument that the newer coils are better.
I liked them.
Some people will argue for the older coils, but I don't have any completely formed, hard conclusions on that. Alex Fuller does some VAG coil conversions. I'm not sure that he does it on this. I know he definitely does it for the N54 crowd, and it helps them a ton. And they run pretty much the same type of coil as we do for the pencil coil.
I like them solely because they're easy.
I'm not sure how nice it would be to upgrade to smart coils or not. I don't have the experience to say with certainty. So what you'll need to get the MS43 fully working is you'll definitely need to get the O2 sensors out of the MS43 cars and the O2 harness, and then the coil harness, of course.
Yeah, it is a process.
Don't want to have to repin connectors.
I think it's worth it.
But yeah, and it's like objectively not that many parts at a junkyard. No. It could be done very cheap.
If you find a full MS43 car, you pretty much got them all there. It's not like sourcing from a bunch of different cars.
Right. I mean, yeah, you find an MS43 car, period, and any MS43 car, you can find the parts.
E46.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to grab a harness out of a different chassis. You definitely want to, if you have an E46, you want an E46 harness. There are different lengths for the leads to the computer, and you don't want to be stuck with like an extra 5 feet
Wiring
of
or short wiring.
yeah. Like if you got an X5 harness, it's got a really long lead to the
Yeah,
DME.
people use that for E30 swaps, I think.
That's what I use for my
Yeah,
S13
because
swap.
yeah, and so if you guys didn't know, how far are you into that swap?
I mean, I've fired it up once. I've never driven on it because I don't have a drive shaft.
His S13 has an M52 B28 with a turbo, right? So that thing's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, I know people are starting to do that. That's not uncommon. It's not talked about. Like the S13.
I started my swap in 2015.
Right. So a little earlier, that 240SX on the Netflix series has got an M52 in it, turbo. And people don't even realize
I think it's an M50. I think it's just
really?
a straight
Yeah,
up M50.
probably.
I think so because he's European, and I think it's iron block. So I mean, I have no clue what internals or what dimensions his engine is, but I think it's
right, and
M50
it's funny because
based.
not a lot of people. I'll mention that, and they're like, "Really? That's a BMW engine?" And because and I'm like, "Yeah, M50 with a turbo, and that thing moved, dude. That thing was awesome in that competition."
Yeah, no, that was the most. I mean, for me, that was with zero question the most exciting driver and most exciting car in that very silly series.
It was a fun series. I like that they did it. It was definitely not so much competition. It was kind of fun to poke fun at and do.
It was very silly.
Yeah,
but it was fun
definitely.
To watch
I watched all the way through. So you were saying earlier to use an M52 block if you're messing with internals. How would my DMA play with the single Vanos? So if you want to answer that question, I know people were curious about an iron block swap.
Wait, where is that?
Mauricio, I think his name is.
Okay, you were saying earlier you use an M52 block if you're messing with internals. How would my DME play with single Vanos? Your tuner would you probably have you plug in single Vanos directly to your DISA and control it through that circuit.
Obviously, a plug on the stock MS43 harness.
Yeah, I believe they plug right in together directly. I don't think that requires any wiring modifications of any sort. I think that as long as you can make it reach.
Mauricio, that was Hyperdrive. That was released like last year or something. It was really cool. It was a police car themed European 240SX. It's a cool car.
Yeah, the question about oil baffle, it will help. Of course, anything you can do to try to keep your pickup from going dry is good. And whatever you're doing to keep your pickup from going dry that's effective is good.
Madness said, is there a place I can read about that build? Are you talking about the 240SX build?
Yeah, I don't know. My personal build, the only place I've been posting it on is on Instagram, and so the reason why my build has gotten no progress in a long time is because I live in Virginia and my build is in a warehouse locked away in Florida.
I'm gonna go steal it and just like drive it around. I'm gonna make a drive shaft and just drift it. Go Pro 2. Let me look up your Instagram. It's just Ivy Racing. I've actually never seen your Instagram, I don't think.
But Mauricio, there's another way to deal with with Vanos on the iron block, which is also to just fit double Vanos onto the single Vanos head. It does require a little bit of fabrication work because it is not a 100% perfect fit right out of the box. It requires a little bit of grinding, a little bit of welding, a little bit of sanding on the head to make it seal all the way, but all the alignment is factory. If it weren't for the fact that it didn't seal, it would just work, and you have to grind away a little to make sure that the exhaust cam sensor, I believe, still pokes into the head, and it's you have to use double Vanos cams and cam boxes, but if you use that, everything works, and then you can just control the double Vanos as you did. You can MS43 will operate either setup. You just have to turn off more DTCs, dynamic treble codes.
Super crude, but I'm gonna throw up right now his Instagram picture. I can't for the life of me get I can't get my screen share working, but that's his 240.
Yeah, that was before. Okay, so I actually made two sets of motor and trans mounts for that thing, and that's
Is
an
this the
early
late?
setup. So the first setup
This
that I
one?
did was an E34 oil pan, so set up like an E30. Yeah, that's the motor mount. That was the early motor
Yeah, I
mount.
love the steel.
And then I actually moved the engine back another 8 inches, and I cut out the firewall. And yeah, you can see that one doesn't have a front
Right,
oil
and then it
sump,
also
right?
doesn't have you cut,
A
yeah.
firewall. Yeah, because yeah,
And I think
that's
that's one
later
of the
when it
last
got pushed
pictures you
way.
posted, right?
Yeah, might be. I made those motor mounts and moved to Virginia,
I mean, you got your
and
car
I lost
sitting
that warehouse. I actually had to move everything into a different
right
warehouse, which
there.
sucked. Yeah, that's the new warehouse where it's all stored.
Yeah, look at this, my MS5X guy or M5X guy. Bunch of parts.
Yeah, the mess of that's me moving. That was a fucking mess.
Yeah, it looks fun. Yeah, yeah, I remember you told me about that, having that stacked up, like just a bunch of stuff up
Yeah.
there.
Yep, that is the place as I'm clearing it
And then
out.
you also, you said I don't know if they know.
I was hoping to see E46 2.8 turbo build. Oh, so it's a single Vanos M52. Well, no, trust me, man. There are plenty of 2.8 turbo setups. There's the M52 TU is a very good member of the M5X family, and turboing it is no issue. It just doesn't have quite the head flow of the M52 or the
And
strength of the iron block. But despite those things, it's still a perfectly good engine that's
I think
perfectly
people
capable.
too. So going into the single Vanos, the differences.
Yeah, Mauricio, Cosmos is a 328. Or I'm not sure if he ever had a 330 engine, but yeah, he was a
Um,
328.
sorry, the M5X platform as a whole is so similar that the process is pretty. Like if you're
Yeah.
putting an M52 in your S13, I'm sure the process to do a M54 wouldn't be so different.
No, I mean, I have a ESS twin screw supercharger, which is port matched to the M54 cathedral shape intake port. I've really toyed with the idea of making an M54 B30 swap for my race car with the ESS twin screw to just throw in whenever I wanted more response, just to
Yeah, that'd be
experiment
cool.
with. I really like. I like turbo. Like one of the things that I really like is the turbo on a street car because you can get such absurd mileage on the highway. And the supercharger, it's not like it gets terrible mileage. Rob's car is getting like 27 plus, but uh, it it's not made for economy in the same way. It's not going to boost economy in the same way. Uh, and so for a full purpose street car, I think
So
turbo is just much better. And I think it should be, in the 400-ish or less um, horsepower range on stock compression. I think it just makes for a
right, I
phenomenal
mentioned
setup.
in the other stream that you had some, and I can't remember exactly what kind of mileage you were getting with the Turbo E46 or how much you should get. I had mentioned similar, but what
Yeah.
are some absurd numbers that you've consistently seen on a Turbo M54?
I've seen it over
Right, I said
35.
somewhere near or below
I
40 is achievable.
Yeah, no, I think that the highest number that I've seen a few
Okay.
times is
So I mean,
38.
I wasn't too far off. I just wanted to
Uh,
correct that.
and that was like at high speed cruising, like uh, severely extra legal speeds, cruising in
Hey,
sixth
if it
gear,
works,
and with a very lowered car, uh, turning low RPMs with the turbo. It's just
right,
amazing
and that's
economy.
making use of a six-speed, right?
Right, that's with a 6 speed, and that's with a relatively long gear, like a
Right.
315.
The five-speed would definitely do a little different, but the turbo does definitely aid in economy because it isn't a different. It's a naturally aspirated engine, as you explained. It's just the way it's set up is different when you add a turbo, whereas a stock
Yeah, and I
factory
mean,
turbo car might get worse mileage with a bigger turbo.
right. So the thing is, the M5X family is it's a family of engines that was built alongside the S50 and S54. So it was without any question the low performance economy everyday engine that went into a lot of cars. And that's one of the reasons why I love it, is because it's so accessible. There are so many of them. They were made in such volume. But it's an engine that was designed for efficiency and for economy and like above power. And so it's an engine that the combustion chamber is really designed to be as efficient as possible. It's not designed to make the most power. The S54 is made to be able to really resist knock as much as possible, and thus you turbo it and it doesn't knock as easy. It's a similar combustion chamber design to like what you'll find on like an N54, which is even slower burning, but not intended to be efficient. And that's why you'll see that, like, because they build all of that knock resistance into those engines, they're completely incapable of getting good economy. Like an S54 gets shit economy. An N54 compared to a turbo M54 gets bad economy, but compared to a lot of other comparable engines on the market, it does all right. And it doesn't do much worse than a stock M54, but it does a little worse than a stock M54, even on highway.
Yeah, these cars are awesome. I mean, that's what I love about the chassis. You can get pretty good gas mileage. You can get a pretty good cornering car. You can get a pretty fast car for the money you put into it.
You can build a full-purpose car out of the E46 pretty easily, and unless your power demands are just completely silly, it will fulfill that. And if you need silly power demands, then it's not as good of a full-purpose car. It becomes more of a single-purpose venture, but
and I think
it's
that's
still
where people
capable.
lose sight of certain cars is they look at the extremes. They look at like, well, a Supra has made 2,000 whatever horsepower, and it's like, okay, yeah, it's good at that.
Is that what you're planning to do?
Exactly. and then it turns into, like, for most people, a well-versed, well-rounded chassis is enough. You want something you can drive every day that's comfortable, that has options to make it more comfortable, make it more fuel efficient. You can make it faster. You can make it handle better. You can make it more responsive. You can make it more laggy with a lot of more power. There's a lot of options, and there's a lot you can do while retaining a full rounded build. I don't think it shines particularly well in let's say drag racing. It's not the best track car in the world. It's a very good drift car, I think. But there's always something better, in specific motorsports, and it depends on how much money you have and how much time and, R&D, time and money takes a huge factor, and I think for most people that doesn't matter as much as long as you can get a fun, for me, I like pushing it, but 400 horsepower is awesome.
No, I mean, I think that for a lot of people, hot rodding is about like not overspending. Like if you don't care about money, why don't you just go buy a brand new Corvette, right? But if you care about money and you're on a budget and you're trying to make something cool for yourself that you can enjoy without without going broke, or that you can afford, period. The E46 is accessible. The E36 is also very accessible. Like it's a good platform if these are your goals, if this is what you're trying to do. But yeah, if you have unlimited funds, probably find something better, I think, in some ways. Which is also another questionable thing. Like, can you find something that's entirely better in every front? Maybe, probably, but like, not as accessible. Definitely not as cheap, in my opinion.
Price comes into play. Can you find?
I mean, maybe some Nissans. There are some really great Nissans.
Right,
but...
and I think also E46s, they're good-looking cars. I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't choose anything over E46. I mean, I guess 350Z is a good comparison, because it's similar price range. What does a 350Z have on the E46? In my opinion, it has a transmission.
I think the diff's better. No?
Nah.
They got a factory LSD for the same price as an E46 at least.
Terrible bullshit LSD.
I think they hold up a little better now.
I mean, it's a great diff if you want to weld it. If you want to get the open diff and weld it, it's a very strong.
Yeah.
It's a 200 millimeter diff.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, it should be a little bigger than the R188,
Right, and I think people actually
and
have
it should be smaller than the 210.
I know of one person, I think, that swapped one into like an E46 maybe.
Yeah, I mean the R200's a decent diff. It's just the 188 is fine. I like the BMW LSDs way better than a factory Nissan LSD. Like I guess there were some fancy Nismo LSDs, but those didn't come in the car stock.
So this is a good question. Sorry, if you want to continue before.
Yeah, no,
so
go
you said,
ahead.
why are there more E36s? Almost no E46 non-Ms. On the Nürburgring is a better platform for track. I think that's a good question. As the E46 as a whole, I feel as though E36 gets kind of the limelight.
I mean, it's Europe, so I think that it's very different. The problem, like in Europe, you guys don't have the dynamic of where the E36 has the wonderful iron engine. They're all aluminum. I can't explain to you why there are more E36s on the Nürburgring than E46. The E46 from where I'm standing, would seem like a better car stock, but there are some things that are definitely better for the E36 non-M. Like E36 non-M got LSD from the factory. Having said that, I'm not sure how much you really use an LSD at the Nürburgring because it's so high speed. If you got an E36, maybe one of the things is that they're M's. And people are playing more with those S50 motors, right. And maybe it's access to those electronics, which are electronics that don't know.
And that's why he specified non-M. You see M3 E46s. I think one of the downfalls in America is that you could just go buy an M3 and it would be the E46 non-M, but entirely better with a new engine and different suspension, a better diff,
Yeah,
that
I mean,
kind of eclipses the fact.
pretty
Why would
much
you want to spend $10,000 to get near an M3 where for the longest time you just go buy an M3?
Right.
And that's what the forums say, and I disagree wholly now that they're so cheap, and I think in general, but for the longest time, I think that's why a lot of people are discouraged. You go on a forum, it's like, just buy an M3, dude. Like, why even bother with a non-M? Buy an M3, and those times have passed. You can find a non-M for, I paid $300, $500, $600. I'm naming off cars I've personally bought.
You can even pay a couple $1,000s for a straight car.
That's
and
still a good deal.
But,
compared to an M3 price, where
yeah.
you're paying. They're actually going up in certain degrees for specific ones. I've seen them sell for upwards of $20-$30 still, depending on options. I know there's I forget the color, but it's got a cinnamon interior, and it's got a couple other options. It's up for like 20 something, and I think it's sold.
Mauricio, are you talking about an E36? Is that what your friend got his LSD for
Probably.
$70?
He said he doesn't think the deal is going to happen for my E46.
Right. I mean, if it's an E36 diff, I was to say make it happen and weld it into your E46 subframe and enjoy that E36 LSD.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jules, you bring a lot to the table, but it's not necessarily like there's a giant market. There are people asking for certain things, but like, I know there's things to be made if you have the right ideas, like diff solutions, cheap diff solutions, because not everybody wants to spend.
Oh no, 350Z. Are you talking about a factory 350Z LSD? Because those are available at any junkyard. Like I can understand why you'd find that for $70, but that's a shit Torsen LSD, or not Torsen.
He's just talking about I mean it's a shit LSD.
It's a bullshit screw-driven LSD.
They don't lock
It's not a
whatsoever.
clutched LSD. No, like you can do a one-tire fire still with those.
He ended up welding it.
Yeah. So I mean, in Bulgaria, I would say I'm Brazilian. I wouldn't touch an M car in Brazil either. I would definitely prefer to play with the cheap garbage that's available.
I'd rather too. I mean, an S54, a couple grand for an engine, you blow one of those up, and it's an entire non-M E46 running and driving, from wherever you bought it home, $2,000. You've got just the engine.
And and if you damage some parts, or like Vanos is expensive on that thing, there are just so many things. Like you're gonna have to change rod bearings on an S54 to keep it reliable. It's just such a list of headaches that I so strongly think that the M5X can deliver in the same way. Like, can the M54 will never be an S54, but I think that, if you want an S54's power curve in an M54, buy an active stage 2 kit. Buy it used. It will give you that kind of power curve, and it'll give you a lot more power, and it'll give you better economy.
I think some
still,
people, myself included, just like the idea of boost in general. Just having that extra step. And you've mentioned this before. Some people, like with stage 1 kits, sometimes it's just having the factor that it's boosted. For a show car.
I mean, like the ESS kit that I bought. I don't think that it was put on that car for performance. That car was always a show car.
That's your sedan, right? It's like blue or something.
Yeah, well, I have 2 sedans. I have 2 blue sedans, so it's hard to differentiate sometimes. One's Orient Blue, one's Atlantis Blue. The Atlantis Blue sedan came with the ESS supercharger.
Used, obviously.
It's a stage 1 kit. It's unintercooled, right? Very used. And it's running almost no boost. It's more of like, I think it was done largely so that when you open the hood, it doesn't look completely stock and boring.
That's common. I mean, it's a huge community.
Like when I originally turbocharged my car, I did all of my best to try to make it so when you open the hood, it looked stock and boring.
Even on the dyno, yeah, there's videos of your car on the dyno.
Oh no, you should see I'm talking about when I had the Nick G kit. I installed a fucking stock airbox back on. Like I cut the bottom of it off and put it back on. So like it was sitting on top of the charge pipe, you couldn't see anything.
That's like an option. That's cool. I think that's so cool.
So I mean, if you go bottom mount turbo, you can make it really discreet.
Yeah, that's funny, dude. I mean, that would be, and that's the thing though, is the bottom mount turbo. You can make 400 or 500, but it gets expensive. You can make like 400 pretty easily, but the turbo manifold options get fairly expensive past that, I think. If you want to make 500 plus, and then it comes in a turbo sizing too. Like my idea for an iron block would be, put a huge turbo on it and see how much I could make, and just be a nice roll car. You know what I mean? But discretion goes out the window with a bigger turbo. It has to be top mount if I'm gonna go with the size I want.
Sort of. You can fit a pretty huge turbo on the Steed Speed.
72 millimeter.
72. Like a what?
Like a BorgWarner SXE.
Well, that's the thing is the turbos you were looking at, because you had a T3 top mount, you were looking at the largest things that you could find on
T4,
that,
right?
that were T3. Right, the Steed Speed's a T4 divided, so you ideally want to find something T4 divided for it. I guess you could run undivided, but I would look at those options.
I mean, if that's a possibility, how much is the Steed Speed? 1,000?
Somebody has fit us. I don't know exactly how much it is anymore. Go to the CES website and check. The people have fit 76 plus. I think somebody even fit an 82 mil turbo on that.
So that makes me rethink it, because I'd love to just slap a stock airbox on top, make it pop my hood real quick. Like, you don't see a giant turbo up top, you don't see anything crazy. Put it down and be like, do you really need to see anything more? It's an E46. What do you think's gonna happen? You know what I mean?
I mean, the thing is, if you just lean over and look down the exhaust side, you'll be able to see that there's some fuckery going on in there. The one thing with the Steed Speed is it mounts the wastegate right on top of the manifold. So there's a little wastegate. I guess you can try to dress it up and make it look like something else, but a little wastegate popping up there right next to the valve cover.
I mean, yeah, you'd be surprised though how you're not super well versed in street racing scene, but people are pretty stupid. Not necessarily stupid. I'd say they look at things for face value. So I had no hood, no bumper. I had a turbo sitting up. Nobody would race me. Didn't matter. I'd call out cars that I knew I'd lose to, and they wouldn't even touch me.
Just because your car looks scary as fuck with that hood exit. You might have been at one point.
When I sit there and I go, when I didn't even have a tune, I'm like, yeah, I'm not tuned. I make 300 max. And they're like, nah, dude. No, I'm not racing you. I mean, you're bullshitting. Because people bullshit a lot. But,
You could have been. You could have
Right,
been.
but
It
that's the
would've been
thing is
fair.
like I'd have to, and then but then if I went with even bigger turbo, it's like a top model. It's like wow, he's making even more. You know what I mean? You see a
I mean,
XXE. If I were to go with, there's a T4 turbo manifold I was looking at for a top mount.
you know, Mauricio here.
Yeah.
Mauricio just posted something I think is interesting. I think an unassuming 330i beating a stock M3 is so cool. Actually, what's way cooler than that is beating a heavily supercharged
Oh
M3.
yeah.
Like, and I've done that. That was super exciting. The one time I got to do it, I pulled up with my Turbo 330 next to E46 M3 supercharged. He said he had 500 wheel, and I was like, whatever, I'm gonna lose this. And I took him by like a car. Like, it was close as hell, and I just started inching on
Right.
him.
They rev out, but they really, I don't know. Like whenever.
Like it was a road trek setup that I think was running a little weak, and my setup I think was making realistically a little over 400 wheel. This was on the Nick G kit. I was a Nick G kit on the little 60 trim turbo. I think I was running like 13 psi plus meth. I was running a ton of meth and pump gas.
90. Was it 92, 93?
93
See,
plus a huge spray
here's a
amount.
huge thing. People, we haven't really addressed. California gets 91.
Yeah, no, there are a lot of
so-
states
and so
that all they
How
get is
big is that
91.
difference? It's like between 91 and 93.
I haven't noticed a huge difference. I've logged some cars with 91, and they take about the same timing.
Because we kind of universally.
It's like maybe a half degree of difference,
So
if even.
power limits would probably be realistically similar.
Yeah,
'Cause we talk
but
about
it's-
93 a lot.
realistically, yeah, it acts like premium gas.
Okay.
for the most part.
It's like it's pretty minimal, especially with gas stations. They might say 93, and it might be a variant. Especially with E85. Here's one thing: if you are planning on going E85, invest in it. It's cheap. Just get like a test kit. Test locally your E85 station. See where they're at throughout the year. It's fairly easy. It's fairly cheap if you have the time. I know a ton of people in Chicagoland area, since we have so many. We have a lot of options, so we'll go and we'll see between 68% ethanol and up to 85% ethanol, up to 91%. And you can really pick and choose, but some places have like one E85 station in a 300-mile radius, and it's like you kind of just got to take it.
Right. I mean, this place, like where I live, there's not a whole lot of E85. There's some, there's not a lot. And so the answer is, if you have to run pump gas, you can't even run race gas because it's street car. You have to drop compression.
Right,
if you want
so
to make more
that's where the
power.
compression
Like
comes
that's the only other solution. Or you can start spraying meth, but to be honest, I think that's just a complication. That's kind of unnecessary.
Nitrous' use to this day is kind of just spooling the turbo off the line or getting a little more top end. It's not. It is used as just a power adder, but I think turbos and superchargers mostly turbos are so advanced at this point that, and cheap too. You know what I mean? It's so much easier just to turbo your car. And then there's the unreliable aspect of meth and nitrous. The meth is coming back because of direct injection. Because.
Oh right, to clean the intakes.
Right.
And stuff.
So not only that, but
it's like an alternative to port injection.
If you're turboing, non-turbo. So like I have that Camaro on my channel. He's direct injection. A fuel upgrade to go port. It's like 10 grand.
Well, to go port injection, I'm guessing you have to add.
It's like a 10 grand kit, and what he did is he did meth, and then he has it's a more complicated setup, but it's nice. It shows when it's got a light that shows when it's spraying, a light that shows when it's low, and then it's also got a air temperature sensor that reads if meth is spraying, and that's if it's not spraying, it pulls timing. And it cuts.
I mean, it sounds like this
timing.
Expensive setup is like an entire separate computer that like has to remonitor the entire engine just to deal with injection, like half of the injection. And like that's just such a mess. But I understand the benefit of meth in a setup like this. But that's the thing
is, people talk about like cycle times and being delayed and certain things. N54 they have plates, which add port injection. It's nice because you get.
Yeah, but you have to control
exactly.
it
So
too.
they have the computers that control it, but it gets complicated. People are using a piggyback, a full flash, and an extra computer to
Right, and when you're adding that much complication to a system, it makes sense that meth might actually be less
right, because it's a
complication.
separate system that doesn't need to interact. You know what I mean? No.
All right, so what is the people are asking about hoods dripping into the engine bay. Yeah, so Vorsteiner actually made two versions of their vented hood. They made the version with the vents cut open, and a version with the vents sealed. So the vents are still there. You get to still look at like vents, but there are no holes.
Right.
In fact, I had like my Atlantis car came with one such hood, and that's if you don't want water coming under the engine bay. However, if you have like a top mount turbo, or even like my twin screw supercharger that's on that car, or a Rotrex setup, or an unintercooled boosted setup, anything along those lines would really benefit from having some way for the heat to escape. Also, like if you have a top mount turbo, the paint on your hood is kind of like got numbered days.
I didn't have any issues, but it definitely will fade. It's a lot of heat.
Like, yeah, I mean, over time, it won't last. Your car only ran for like a handful of months. If you kept that turbo up there for a handful of years, your paint would start cracking.
I mean, water shouldn't do damage, but it'll still make me nervous. So with me, I took a bunch of stuff off and I left it off. So like the drainage, the hood has holes in it. In the back of the hood, the stock hood, right? Well, with all that stuff gone, the water would pool up. It would, it'd be in the valve, around the valve cover. It didn't do any damage, but funny enough, the coil pack that went out was towards the back. I don't think that's related. But it was exposed water. Things got dirty. Things got nasty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the reason for the valve cover is so that you don't get water down your spark plug holes.
And so I put the cover on, and it was more or less fine. Alternator issues, quite possibly, maybe, probably not. With water, you want to keep water on it if you can. But I think the benefits of a vented hood with the turbo setup is just.
If you garage your car, I think it's not too terrible of an issue. Because it'll get a chance to dry out properly.
Lord Z said.
There's also a question about about the Hopwood kit. I think I've seen pictures of Andrew's kit.
A lot of people recommend it. I see that use it.
He's a right-hand drive kit, so I believe that if you're looking for a right-hand drive kit, that might be the ultimate place to go, because I believe Hopwood's in Britain. If you're looking for a right-hand drive kit, I'd probably talk to him.
John said, do you know if Pro EFI 48 EMs is compatible with the M54 engine?
So the Pro EFI computers they're universal. I believe somebody made an S54 version of it, or I'm not sure if they made a S54 plug and play version of the Pro EFI, or if they made a harness that adapted it. But one of the companies that picked up the S54 turbo game, I want to say in like Arizona or somewhere in that area, did a lot of development with Pro EFI and the S54. It hasn't been done too much with the M54 that I know of, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's done the work to make it work. I would suspect that if you wanted to plug into the factory M54 harness, you probably have to make an adaptation harness.
Right.
That plugs it in.
Okay, so this next question is awesome because I know you love your bottom mount turbo setups. You like to recommend it when you can. But bottom mount turbo benefits other than cooling, my first thing I would think of is price.
Yeah.
You get the log manifold pretty quick and easy and cheap.
Yeah, so okay, we haven't gone through all of the pros and cons of bottom versus top mount turbo setups. One of the benefits of top mount is that turbo drains easy, and that's just by virtue of having the turbo so high up and the reality that it is a gravity drain. with the turbo down low, the lower that the manifold puts it, the harder it is to establish a gravity drain. It's a little bit, it can be complicated. So ideally, the best bottom mount turbos are the ones that hold the turbo the highest up. There were some manifolds that were actually getting labeled mid-mount, which they were bottom mount manifolds that would just raise the turbo really high, and that's what I had on my coupe, the V-band manifold that I've discussed earlier. We call it the Olegafold because it was made by a guy whose username on Bimmer forums is Oleg Coupe. I'm not sure if he made it or I think he runs a shop and like they were fabrication shop in Ukraine. Lovely manifold, but holds the turbo up high. That one drains pretty easy compared to most bottom mounts. Some bottom mounts, like you're really not getting a ton of room to drain. It's a little bit of a struggle. But okay, finally getting to benefits of bottom mounts. Your downpipe is simple. Your downpipe doesn't have to make like a weird jog around the engine and down. It's just out the turbo, down a few degrees and back, and that's it. It's simple. Other benefits of bottom mounts. Heat. There's packaging. It's a more ideal package. The turbo's in the back. It's down. You can get a better filter on the turbo. If you mount it top mount, there's usually very little to no room for a filter at all. A lot of people just run screen mesh or sometimes just a turbo horn with nothing, or sometimes just nothing.
The center of gravity or the weight distribution argument for a bottom mount versus top mount. Do you think that's even worth talking about? Considering that the turbo is going to be opposite the driver on a left-hand drive car.
I mean, yeah. So bottom mount turbo is probably a better weight distribution total than top mount.
Not much, but I'm sure there's some. Then, one of the other things.
You're putting the turbo right next to the transmission, which is, spatially talking about weight distribution, it is the most ideal place to put weight in the car versus the very front of the engine, which is arguably one of the worst places to put weight in the car. It could only be worse if we're higher up.
I wanted to talk about working on it, in not only installation but maintenance. So like, if you wanted to take it off or change gasket, or even just regular maintenance, what do you think would be better, bottom or top, or what are the benefits or disadvantages of having? Let's say we'll start with a bottom mount.
So there are tubular bottom mounts, like the one that I keep on discussing, the Olegafold, is in my opinion possibly the most difficult manifold to install ever. It might not be, but it's the most difficult one I've ever done. I know I've seen some really crazy equal length top mounts that don't allow for AC that look like nightmares to install. My manifold, like I've bought extra wrenches and stuff and things. Like I have a few weird 11s that are made just for putting that manifold on. That I've only ever used for putting that manifold on. And so like if you use a really simple cast manifold, or even the Steed Speed is a pretty easy manifold to install. Because all bottom mounts, because all cast manifolds are bottom mounts, that entire sector of the market is just easier to deal with. But tubular manifolds typically are more complicated installations.
Especially in the car. I installed mine with the engine out.
Yeah. So, I mean, like the Olegafold, not possible to install in the car at all. Like, you're not going to get it in there. Like, even if you took all the studs out, there is no way to get it in there. You'd have to remove both motor mounts and tilt the engine so far over that you might as well just have it out of the car at that point. So, like, I've never successfully dealt with that manifold in car. However, cast iron manifolds are pretty easy to deal with in car. The Steed Speed, not easy but viable to deal with in car. Um, uh, you know, it's so I think that's pretty self-explanatory. When it comes to the bottom of the turbo, like bottom mount, if you're actually having to get to the turbo, bottom mount's
I
not
don't like
terrible.
going under cars to work on them.
Like the one, but what are you going to actually be needing to be doing? Like, what are you going to actually like?
I don't know. I mean,
It, you should be able to reach most of the things that you actually need to be getting to without putting the car
what
up.
about checking for leaks? I've never dealt with the bottom mount, so that's my.
I mean, checking for leaks where? On the charge pipe? I guess if you run the charge pipe under the car, then you might want to jack the car up every now and then.
Right. I mean, just in general.
I don't think that bottom mount is. I see some benefits to top mount in being able to like diagnose and troubleshoot the system, but I would definitely pick bottom mount for almost everything.
Have you ever pulled an engine?
All my setups are bottom mount. I've never owned a top mount manifold. I have had like 7 or 8 bottom mount manifolds.
So I was gonna ask something, but I changed my mind. Does the intake pipes hit on bumps on a bottom mount?
If you run it under the subframe, it might.
I know. What's his name? Z3. His first setup looked pretty close to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, so when you go bottom mount and you want to maintain a 2.5-inch hot side pipe, you might have to put it under the subframe.
Which will, yeah, I mean that's a disadvantage because you're just losing space.
And now this is actually a benefit of my S13. In the S13, that's not the case.
Whatever you want, wherever you want, because you got a ton of space.
In the S13, I can actually run bottom mount, and the frame rails are a little wider than an E36 or E46, so it's easier to clock the turbo and just run the charge pipe above the subframe, like directly above where the subframe is, along it.
That's one benefit. You get an S13.
Yeah, no, that I find that to be real nice. Yeah, that's a solution for everyone.
I know you like your S13, so.
I love my S13. I'm not getting rid of that.
You should drive it sometime, but
I might get a second one.
Someday, maybe. Maybe someday.
Yeah, no, I never got rid of my SR20. I definitely want something to house my SR20. No.
Piss people off. Be like M54, and then SR20 is pretty good, so I'll put an SR20 in the Supra, because it doesn't even deserve M54.
If I could afford a Mark IV like chassis to troll people with like that,
did you see the diesel one? Like, somebody put a diesel in a 2J, originally running a single turbo 2J. I'm pretty sure Supra. They put a diesel and they lifted it.
Mark IV, I mean, 2Js only came in Mark IV Supras, so I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. 2J came in
the IS300 NA.
Right, and there were no single turbo 2Js.
No, he went single. It was literally a beautiful blue single turbo, I believe, and then he went to a OM606 diesel.
He went to a Mercedes diesel.
I'll throw the link up.
All right, that's funny, but I mean, like, it's I think it would have been funny if you put like a Cummins 4BT or something in there.
Watch it really quick. I think it's hilarious. It used to be this blue color, and then I think he painted it like a greenish tan, and then he ended up actually lifting it and doing some other stuff to it. So.
No, I'm not gonna watch that. It's just gonna make me angry.
No, you watch it. Right
that's so much trolling that's trolling me. I don't.
So I think somebody has completed the Mark IV. I think is
what they call it.
That's what I would call it. The Mark IV setup, dude. It's a giant intercooler though. It sits so far back. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, that's one nice thing about the Mark IV Supra is that the engine, like, it manages to swallow that long engine and almost make it mid-front engine.
The diesel looks like it's like a 2-cylinder, honestly. And then they ended up lifting it.
That's kind of what I tried to do with my S13 by cutting the firewall and just burying that engine into the. So actually, so cylinder 5 and 6 are behind the windshield.
This has been done a couple times. The one I remember specifically was a Cummins 5.9, and it was it was blue, carbon fiber hood, had a body kit, nice wheels, And then they cut it up, put flares, lifted it, cut the front bumper, and put a Cummins 5.9 in it.
Yeah, I mean, there are some trolls.
This is, yeah.
I'm not looking to make some crazy troll.
If you want to look at the Cummins one, I'd appreciate it, because it's a pretty big difference, and it's pretty insane that they'd do anything even remotely. And I'm posting the link up for everybody. It's that second link. That's, yeah, I mean, they turned a... I mean, it's cool. It's different. I mean, I'm not, like, gonna hate it. I think it's ugly, but, I mean, I bet it drives. I bet it's super fun. And I think it's on air suspension as well, so it'll raise and lower because it's lifted. So there's a lot of time, thought, and money into it, that's for sure. I mean, he came out making 250 horsepower, 620 torque, but he said...
Yeah, that looks mid-engine. He got it behind the front axle.
Right.
That's impressive. It looks like he also moved his firewall back.
Yeah, and then he said he'll bring it up to 500 horse and 1,000 foot-pounds of torque. Just, it's cool. I mean, it's still power. I mean, you think even the stock 2J is going to take a little work to get up to those numbers. 1,000 foot-pounds of torque is going to take some work to get to and survive.
Yeah.
Regardless of the 2J being a super, super cool god of engines.
No, I mean, yeah, people do. That's just a troll setup, and like if I could afford like an old '60s Corvette to put my SR20 into, I would do that.
Somebody's putting a K20 into a Corvette, into a C6, K24.
Yeah, but that's not even trolling. That's a car that's just too accessible. It's like taking the Mustang and putting a 4-cylinder in it. It's too easy to do. It's too obvious. I mean, why not just put a Prius drivetrain into a brand new, C7, C8?
Somebody rotary swapped this. Rob Dom did his rotary swap in a Corvette.
Yeah, and that's kind of trolly.
No, that was literally he brought it to LS Fest.
Right, and that was a nice troll.
Yeah, it was fun. So we got a question. I got one that'll pertain to what we're talking about, but I wanted to go over Mauricio's. We talked about this a while ago, but how about Bilstein lowering shock struts versus coilovers? Coilovers seem a lot more expensive. What do you think? I
would say buy used coilovers if you need to. Every now and then I see PSS 9s on ECS getting blown out for like a couple $100. I've seen that happen at least twice. I don't like super soft suspension.
Right, it depends on your personal setup and what you want.
So it's whatever you want. It's whatever you find the most comfort and most appealing. Some people don't like coilovers because, some coilover setups will go to linear springs instead of a progressive spring, and some people much prefer progressive springs on the street.
Right.
Most coilover kits are available with progressive options, or there are a lot of them with progressive options. But it's a hard market to navigate and see, like, do I need to spend $3,000 to be happy, or can I spend $300 and be happy and buy max speeding rod coilovers? And I can't answer that. Like I've had Raceland coilovers, and I've had Bilsteins, and I even technically have a set of Motons, and I have a set of KWs. I have a set of BCs.
Well, when he dies, he's gonna make the world a better place with parts.
No, I mean I have I have a few little shitty parts, but it's all old terrible garbage at this point.
Yeah, so just send it to me. I mean, I'll make use of your old terrible garbage.
So it's a hard thing to navigate. If all you're doing is some street stuff and you don't need phenomenal performance out of it, I would experiment with some less expensive options. I really like BC as a cheap option.
All right. Madness, I'm gonna throw this in really quick. Said, how is the 450 700 set up on rough roads? Because here the roads are not good, and I don't know if it's gonna be too harsh. Personally, for me, I had not even race lines. I had Max Petering rods, and Illinois roads suck, but that wasn't too bad. But I'm also used to crap setups, so.
I'm in the nation's capital. I think we might have some of the worst roads in the country, maybe save for Louisiana. It's not as pleasant as it was in Florida. In Florida, the 450-700 setup was great. In DC, it's a little shitty. You have to do a lot more driving at angles and stuff. The cars are also pretty low. I enjoy driving kind of a low car, like where it's just above the limit where the suspension stops working properly.
Right. So, but yeah, I mean, if you want to keep going. I was going to transition.
Let's not ignore John here.
That's
what are your thoughts on boosting M54 S54 2JZ in terms of total money spent to power output? Which is the better bang for the buck, reliable as power plant? See, I would say S54 is definitely not the best bang for the buck. Like, I would say that's an easy one to scratch off, not the S54. Or, I mean, maybe it actually is. Here, let's pull the S54 back in. If you get a phenomenal deal on a supercharger kit for the S54, maybe you can get a really great setup out of the S54 really cheap. I think that kind of wraps up all of the opportunities for you to make the S54 win the bang for the buck comparison. So if you can, because the thing is, a basic stage 2 supercharger kit for the S54 will get you 500 plus wheel on pump gas. It's just going to be low torque, very, very, very aggressive linear power curve, which I think is very fun. And so it can be quite exciting. But again, S54, you're going to have to deal with rod bearing issues. You're going to have to deal with S54 problems, Vanos, etc. 2JZ. I haven't done a whole lot of 2JZ stuff. I've worked very briefly on a few friends. It seems like a great platform. It's very strong. The fact that you're having to swap it into the car kind of sucks. Now, I'm not sure if we're comparing 2JZ in an E46 or 2JZ in an IS300. If you're talking about 2JZ in a car that it came in versus the M54 and the E46, there is a possibility that the 2JZ might hold more stock for stock. I haven't compared the NA2JZ piston directly to the M54 piston, so I can't tell you which one is stronger. There's a possibility that the NA2JZ piston's better, but I would pick to dick with the M54. One of the great benefits of the M54 is the electronics that it comes with and how tunable they are, and you save a fortune on being able to use, a computer that never exceeds $50 at any junkyard.
Right.
And it is available at every junkyard.
It is pretty much entirely free to flash.
Right.
I mean, besides the, $20 wire.
Yeah, so I mean, worst case scenario, you pay $1,000 to the most expensive Pro Tuner.
And then you're getting pretty much you're getting a stout tune.
Right,
and
you're going to get a very nice dyno tune from somebody like Alex Fuller.
And that's the thing, is some people pay upwards of $1,000 plus just to get their car tunable on the level that we're at.
Right, I mean, a 2JZ, for you can't tune the stock computer, so you have to go to a standalone, or you have to go to, or something unfortunate like a piggyback.
And it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just extra time, money, and complication. Right. I mean, you're piggybacking on a stock ECU. It's always gonna not be as good.
It's gonna be, yeah. And I mean, if you don't have access to actually controlling the stock ECU, then or you don't know the logic of it, you're playing like a weird game.
Right.
You're trying to control it.
So I wanted to throw back to Madness.
I bought. Are you talking about the coilover ones? Is that the one you're
gonna
go to?
I was just going to say that I have the max speedings. He said he's thinking of buying only 700 rears because he's on stock, because the max speeding rod...
What do you mean they have no travel for the rear? I want to know what you mean by that. Aren't the shocks variable height?
I don't...
On the max speeding rods?
So. And for me, I had stock shocks, and then I took the adjusters out, and I was still at... You saw the height of my rear. That was just springs.
Right. So the thing is, one of the things that determines how low you can go, both front and rear, is the height of the shock body. So the shorter the shock body, the more it will compress without banging out. Of course, in the rear, you'll also lower enough. One of your other, limitations is the upper control arm will just hit the body.
You said the rear shocks were short.
Right. You want them to be short so that they can compress up to the point where you're about to hit the body. If they're too long, then I guess the complaint would be that you can't go high enough.
Right. I don't know enough about suspension. The ride was bouncy. I think that's...
Yeah, I mean, it might have been just bullshit shocks.
I had stock shots.
I had race
I think,
ones.
yeah, because I had stock shots. I'm not dissing it. Jared J17.
Jared's here.
Yeah, so I have max speeding rods. I still have them technically. The rear had stock shocks and just the springs, and it really wasn't that bouncy. But I never ran their shocks. The front I did, it's super stiff. The front's ridiculously stiff. There's no bounce. My videos are fairly smooth. I mean, I did a whole point of view video, and it wasn't ridiculous. And I'm in Illinois, so I have some pretty bad roads, I'd like to say. I was racing just kind of a tangent. I was in my buddy C450, Timmy's. We were racing a C7 Corvette, and the C7 bottomed out and almost caught air on going like 70 on a main road. Because the road is just so bad. Yeah, max speeding rods are way better than Öhlins. I agree, man. Dude, if you spend money on Öhlins, that's like buying a 2JZ. Like, why? Like, you could, I guess, but it's stupid.
Yeah, it's really expensive stuff.
How long did it take you to turbo your E46? I did mine over the course of 3 to 4 months. Somebody had previously asked how many hours I have into it. I don't know. I mean, I suppose it's a thing that could be done if you have all the parts within a couple weeks, a couple weekends maybe, if you really eat it away. And then the tuning process, I think I would separate from the... If you're adding that, it varies. I mean, from running NA to running turbo to fully turbo tuned, it really depends on what you're doing, how long it takes you to get the parts, and what access you have. If you don't have a lift, it might take a little longer. You might be discouraged to sit under a car for hours, and you might not even have to go under the car, honestly, if you're not doing a clutch, if you're not doing a bunch of stuff. But it comes into, like, if you are doing the clutch, that's going to add time. I did a manual swap, that added time.
I mean,
so I can't really speak to it.
Jared isn't. Yeah, I mean, you can build a setup in a few days. It can take you months or years. It's such a broad spectrum. But I think most interestingly here, Jared is that's the development car that I've been using to develop the Turbo Tune. And when turning up the boost and experimenting with the 85. And playing with the gain, that car bent. Apparently, as I've just learned now over our chat, not 1 but 3 rods.
What
so that car ran into some knock.
That's weird. That's funny.
I don't know. He can tell us.
Yeah, well,
I believe 6 is the one that he originally found.
I saw a picture. I think on Facebook. He was like looking through.
Yeah, I believe that was a picture of number 6.
Yeah. And that's interesting. I mean, that's why, after working with Jules, my whole thing was listen to your tuner. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean...
it happened. It's whatever. I'm not shitting on him. I blew my entire engine off.
The method that I was trying to use to get around it was, we need to log and like clean up that area, and if you want to play with this, it's possible. It's just
go slow and reset adaptions.
Well, you have to use this method of resetting adaptions to clean the plate off of the timing adaptions, because the computer will draw its own timing line based on what it adapts and what it hears. Though E85 is harder to listen to for knock.
Right, you said 2 and 6 for sure. Yeah, if you listen to
we'll
E85
never really
knock,
know for certain whether or not resetting adaptions would have saved it. I have hopes it would have, but
you never know. I mean,
for
it
sure
already happened. So
we need to approach E85 very carefully at high boost and cranking the shit out of the gain. I'm not entirely sure. We were going for 15. I'm not sure if he was hitting quite 15 or if he was a little under.
Right. I mean, I was somewhere around 14, and at some points,
Yeah, I mean the thing is you weren't spooling for shit. You had a stuck
no,
wastegate.
yeah,
He had an electric wastegate and he was cranking the gain. So the thing is,
it
it's
was just
actually
like,
possible that we could have actually seen a torque curve where it goes up and then it goes down and then it goes up again
yeah,
because of the way that gain. So it like might have created a really crazy maximum cylinder pressure. I never got to see a log of it. We never got to that point before it popped. Like literally, he asked me. If I play with the gain, is it going to blow things up? And I was like, reset adaptions. If you're gonna do that, definitely reset adaptions. And then like, if it might have been a couple hours later, but like in my memory, it must have been like 20 minutes later. He was like, okay, it's dead. Did you reset adaptions? No.
That's funny, yeah. So, hey, JD, you're back. What's up? Yeah, we're still doing it somehow. I'm considering doing it to my 325. I'm assuming turbo. Would you advise against it? No. I mean, if you have the money, if you have the time,
definitely do it. Yeah.
You can make pretty good power on a 325. I know you can make that 400 range pretty nicely. Madness with some suspension stuff still. Nothing against that. The thing is, the first rear shocks started leaking 3 months after I got them. They sent me another rear pair and waited half a year for them, and they were shorter than the first ones they sent me. The metal rod was shorter. No idea why. That is weird. And it was 20 minutes later. He cranked it up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like, I don't know if we talked the night I blew my car up, but do you remember what I texted you?
Yeah, I do. I remember telling you, don't, this thing is seeing way too much boost, replace your gate immediately. And you're like, okay, I'm going to go racing.
And then I'm like, hey, I think my engine's done.
Yeah, and then you
like an hour later, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, because I woke up, the story is, I'm like, nobody wants to go racing ever, like, and then it's always when my car is in, like, a weird state. Like, I remember the last time I went racing. The last time I was able to go out racing with that goddamn car with my friend, like a group of people, you had sent me a safer timing tune, but the car would misfire because it wasn't a tune. It was just like, here, I changed some timing figures. It might be funky. Obviously, don't race on it, but also don't race on your other tune. Or not even tune. Just don't go racing. Your car's not ready. And I'm like, okay, my car's not raceable. Fuck, this sucks. And then I blew an expansion tank that day.
Right.
Then the next time I was like, hey, I'm not gonna drive the car. Fuck it. Might as well just tear it apart and do it right. Throw some 93 in it so I could sit for winter. And then my friends finally decided they want to go to a racing. I fell asleep. I woke up at like 10 o'clock. My friend's like, come on, we gotta go. You said you'd go. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, okay, I'll bring my car. Fuck it. Started up. It's 28 degrees out. Car's running fucking, I don't know what, it had 93 in it, so obviously that cooling aspect was completely gone. The wastegate was doing whatever the fuck it pleased. But the thing was running. I mean, if I had to guess, and the other people there were guessing at least 500, I was making it somewhere around 500. I was blowing, I blew the doors off a Supra with a tune, the new Supra. It was like he wasn't even anywhere near me. Not fast, but I raced a 817 wheel horsepower Hellcat. Granted, he was manual. Granted, he was spinning.
No. The good race that you ran was the C450. Was Timmy?
No, I'm saying on that night, I didn't race him that night. On that night, I didn't race him on. Yeah, that was that was on like 85, one of them, and then another one was on 93. That night, the one time I raced him back to back and raced at 335 was the night that I called you and said that I was having issues with 69 hitting a wall. You threw me an old 93 tune on 56, and I went out, raced 135, lost, figured out I had a boost leak, fixed it because a coupler popped off. I thought I blew the engine. Then on my way home, I raced Timmy, boom, boom, back to back. We both destroyed a 335 stage 1 with intakes and a tune. And then that next time I went out racing, Timmy wasn't there. Dude, that was just, it never felt that fast. I was able to pull fourth gear at 60 miles an hour like I was in third. It felt like I was in third gear and fourth. And then by the top of fourth gear, it was just moving so goddamn fast. I was able to get the jump on a spinning Hellcat. He caught traction. He pulled about a car. And by the time I was in my power band, we were just together at like 120 something. And like I said, he made an 816 wheel, but he's heavier, so the power to weight would have been somewhat similar. I know from the race with Timmy, I took all this shit out of the back. I took some stuff out.
These cars can be pretty fast. Like they outperform their horsepower because the paradigm of car weight is just so much higher now. But here, I'd like to move on from this. John asks about the cost of turboing, and we kind of touched on this
it
earlier.
Really depends, but
it's such a spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, expect.
How much do you think is the minimum that it would cost for somebody buying a CX kit? Like, what do you think is the minimum that you should save up and put aside if you want to get your car running?
That's what it depends. Like, do you want to replace the wastegate? Do you want to replace the lines?
No. Like, if you don't replace any of those things, you're buying the kit brand new, and then you buy injectors, a MAF, and a tune.
2,800.
I think that's on the low side.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you didn't want to replace anything, you were just throwing MAF injectors and possibly a tune. I mean, if depending on the tune, you could get up to 3,500. But that's assuming the base.
And that's the other thing. And that's assuming no clutch. I think you have to do a clutch. If you're doing the MAF, if you're not doing the MAF, you might as well. Like Jared's a perfect example of this. Jared didn't do his clutch until. I'm not sure right before or right after he did his MAF, and that's because you're getting up to that power level where there's absolutely no way that the stock clutch can hold.
No, yeah.
The stock clutch, unless you have a really pristine one with a really pristine flywheel, it's not going to hold to any boost level.
No, and I think that the FX Racing is a good cheap solution.
It is.
And what's nice is that doesn't add all too much, but it is adding money. You're adding like 300 plus labor.
Right. But that gets you a nice single mass chromoly flywheel. That gets you a proper pressure plate. And like you said, it's only a couple $100, and that will fit pretty much any setup.
Right.
The GS637 guys don't have that option.
The 6-speed?
The 6-speed 330 guy. So the S54 guy. So if you have a 420G 6-speed, so the one out of the M3, there are eBay Chinese kits that they have made to go right onto that.
They look a little different, but they're very similar. I think the clutch is one of the only differences, and that's
the clutch disc just has a bigger hole with bigger spline. The GS637 is a really weird spline that's sort of in between the 5-speed and the 420G, and it's a really fine spline, and it's sized in the middle, and there is no super cheap clutch disc for that. If you're trying to keep it stock, I would say, and you have one of those transmissions, and you're trying to keep it more on the stock side of things, I would recommend running X5 clutch.
Right, I've heard that. I've heard there's some OEM solutions to certain.
Yeah. I mean, the X5 clutch is a phenomenal OEM solution.
Right. Besides clutches, I mean, there's other things you can get into. It can get expensive very fast depending on how far you want to push things.
Right. Like if you start trying to do this with name brand parts or quality parts, it can be very expensive very fast.
And a lot of people say things like, I'll get to your question in a minute, but they'll say expect to pay no less than $5,000 or $6,000. And I think if you exclude trial and error, you know what I mean, for the base setup, I'm sure you could do it for $3,200, and that's trying to avoid. That's trying to exclude
spend
me.
That much?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to exclude myself as.
Right.
If I were to not have done a lot of the things I did, like if I just did clutch, MAF, and injectors, I'm probably just around damn near $2,000.
Right, and I mean, if you're not trying to, if you're just trying to buy the best parts, can you spend $6-7 grand on just the basic parts easily?
Oh yeah.
Like you can spend more than that.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think to get a proper. You could spend $2 grand.
If you wanted to buy the nicest turbo, which to for this kind of setup, I think that would be an 8374. 8374, I think it's around $2,600 now.
Yeah.
It's an expensive turbo. Um, and who knows, that thing might blow up on you.
Right. I wanted to get to Mauricio's comment really quick. The video where your first and second was blown from point of view, that's the point of view video. Your car looks scary fast. Yeah, I mean, that was 93 at like 11 psi, and that could have been refined a lot more, and that could have been on E85, and I could have pushed more boost. So I mean, if you know what I mean, it did look pretty quick, and it was quick. But that night, like I said, that night I was racing, it was nowhere near that. Third gear was usable in that video. That night, I mean, it was cold out. Third gear felt like first. It was just pinning rev limiter. I was almost crashed the first time I tried to do a third gear pull at like 50 too. I was at like 45 or 50, and we were on a slight corner. There was a car coming the other way, and I just got on it, and the car just kicked straight out. I was so surprised. I was able to power through and not die, but I mean, I use spinning as almost an indicator, but weather and tires, I had the same tires throughout, but it definitely was a lot faster. Turbo M54 or S62 swap, what are your thoughts? Turbo M54 for me.
Yeah, for sure.
S62 is cool if you want a V8, I think, right? Or
I mean, even if you want a V8, I wouldn't get an S62. It's just such a money engine.
Yeah, the LS is a little cooler.
It's a low production, like difficult to find engine. I would earlier swap in, and this is not even an engine I like. I would earlier swap in an N62, or like just a nice M62 setup or M60 setup. Like I wouldn't dick with the S62. Like the only reason why I would dick with an S62 is because I have like a really nice C39 M5.
Right. Okay. So
like
Madness said, could you summarize what are the steps to do before even starting to do the turbo conversion, rear reinforcement, oil pump nut securing, thing else? I think he's saying anything else. We went over this a couple times, but reinforcement, basic maintenance, vanos, clutch. Make sure there's no leaks. So, like, if you aren't going M50 intake manifold, do something to address these to make sure it's actually working.
Yeah, I mean, and then M54, M5X family, like, there are certain things that you should just reseal. For matter of fact, like this is an engine that's coming up on 20 years old. Some of them are over 20 years old.
Yeah.
And if you're going to the E46, they're all over 20 years old. Like oil filter housing gasket, it's a place where they leak really bad. The oil pan gasket, again, is probably creating a terrible leak. Front main seal, rear main seal, the little gasket around the rear main seal bracket.
Well, and then you get into cooling as well.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. There's the two. If you're pulling the intake manifold off an M54, there's those two plastic hard lines that sit under the manifold. Those things don't last very long, and few people don't like replacing them. I mean, you have to take the intake manifold off to replace them, and they're not super fun to replace.
That's why like M50 does. I couldn't complain anytime I had to take that off. I was just kind of like, well.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, but if you're trying to prepare your engine so that you don't have a bunch of mechanical issues to deal with, and you don't have an engine that's like pissing all sorts of fluids all over itself and making the setup disgusting, I would say make sure it's got no leaks and replace the things that are wear items that aren't going to last. So like those plastic hard lines under the motor, just buy brand new ones.
Right, and so I'm gonna go back into my setup specifically. I replaced damn near all those things, and when we get into crackhead deals for my car was pretty well set up, not only in the aspect of parts, but my engine had upgraded and brand new water pump, had a brand new electric thermostat.
Did it have what water pump did
it just
you
had
have?
a metal impeller, I forget what it was like.
Not a Stewart.
No, but I mean, it was replaced. Water pump was replaced. Thermostat was replaced. Those hoses you spoke of, those were replaced. All the coolant hoses were new. I had a CSF radiator, the aluminum upgraded radiator. It came with the anti-rattle kit and the rebuilt and then upgraded Vanos, whatever kit that comes with to do that. It already had new gaskets throughout. It came with, I bought my own oil pan gasket, but it had been replaced. I re-replaced it. When I took the oil pan off, I had new valve cover gasket he threw in with it. I already had those pencil style coil packs, so if I were to want to go to M56 valve cover, I could have. It came with an extra DME and a couple other things. It was $500 for that engine and trans. and it had a brand new clutch
That's
in
just
it.
a really great deal.
Right,
That's just an objectively good deal because those gaskets might have cost that much.
Right, and the kit, the water pump, the thermostat. I think he threw in extra hoses, a couple other things too. I mean, he basically
Yeah,
I pulled
those
the
are
car,
really great
I pulled the
deal.
engine from the car for him, or I helped him finish it up, and
You know, Jared points out a really good point here. If you're, it's not something that happens to everybody, but if you are boosting your car and you're, using it appropriately, one of the things that frequently goes out is so there's that rear bushing holder that holds the rear diff is held with 3 bushings, 2 that are housed in the front of the subframe and 1 large one that's in the back, and it's in the big metal band that is it's like a V-shaped thing where it goes together, and it's sort of like just pressed together and I think very lightly welded, and it just comes apart and the O just opens up. And I've seen that happen on so many cars, but all of them boosted. So if you're making stock power, it's pretty hard to make that thing pop open.
Mhm.
But if you're pushing real power, it kind of grenades itself.
Right. I think the next thing I wanted to address is Mauricio. So,
Mine started cracking when I was NA, and I just welded it up.
yeah, I don't know. I think mine was solid, more or less. I didn't really look. If mine out of sight, out of mind at the time was it's a lot different now, but that was definitely my mindset. My mindset, like, genuinely in my head, I didn't want to look at things because I didn't want them to be wrong, because then I would have to address it. But if I just ignored it, then I just wouldn't worry about it.
It sounds like LS cam bearings or some shit.
So he said you can put a bolt through the DC flap to make it stay open. I think there's no reason to. You might as well just go M50.
I wouldn't deal with that.
Yeah, I would just go
no.
M50.
I mean, so the thing is, there's a lot of people that delete DISA and replace it for that aluminum
plate.
Block-off plate, and I understand if you're in a country where you can't find an M50 manifold to do something like that. But if you're deleting DISA, you've just lost most of the reason to keep the M54 manifold. The point of the M54 manifold is that it makes torque down low. If you're not using DISA, it's not really doing that.
Right.
You're not getting all of the top end of the M50 manifold. You're getting more top end than some of the other manifolds, but you're not getting as much top end as the M50. And so, like, just if you're in the US where M50 manifolds are extremely plentiful, just get an M50 manifold.
Right. It's such a great upgrade. It's really not that expensive. There's so many options now.
No, you can. I've bought one for $10 at a junkyard.
Right, $10, and then you can 3D printing is getting kind of cool. You can 3D print. They have the free files for the adapter plate for the throttle body. I don't know how well that would hold up with boost, but that is definitely an option if you wanted to go cheaper. You can find those grub screws for a few cents each, 10, 20 cents each at a hardware store. Stock M50 ICV stuff is cheap, but that's not good for boost.
So JD just asked if with the M50 manifold, it's important to port match the head. It's important to not port match the head, actually.
I love this. Yeah.
So I used to be like, when people first came out with those kits with the port matching little piece for you to line it up there on your head, it didn't seem like a bad idea. I wasn't against it. I was like, okay, it's just something you can do. And there were some dyno tests without it, and it was like, man, it makes a lot of power without the port matching. And then we saw a few dyno tests with it, and it was pretty consistent. It lost around 4 to 5 horsepower with the port matching. I would say don't do it. It seems like a waste of time. If you do it,
it's not a big deal. But...
yeah, like I wouldn't be like in total regret, but it does seem like you might have wasted your time a little.
It's kind of just not worth the time.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing is, the cathedral port shape, it's actually, like, it works its way pretty deep into the port, and it's really made to be
that way.
That shape, yeah.
It's not really meant to just be...
I understand that you're only changing, like, the first, like, inch, if even, of the port, but, it's not a ton of loss. It's a small amount.
So I wanted to answer. XD said, what cars have you gapped Chi-Town? So actually, I talked about this earlier. People were kind of afraid to race me, unfortunately, even for free. But I beat not necessarily gapped, I beat a C450 Mercedes-Benz 2016. He was a high 11 second, low 12 second car, pretty consistently. He had a really good trans, probably around 400 wheel, if I had to guess, but a little heavier, so it made up the difference. Gapped. I can't remember. I think I raced a Veloster, and I put like 12 cars on him. It wasn't even a race. It's kind of funny. But like I said, people were afraid to race me. I went up against a Subaru, and he kind of just kept letting off because he was getting annoyed that I was just like walking away. I raced a Mazda Speed 3 when I didn't have a tune, and it was a really close race. I figured now, once I got the tune, I probably would have just destroyed him. I gapped the hell out of a 335, by the way, sorry. I have a video of me pulling away pretty consistently and easily. It's like, just gone.
Was that tuned?
Yeah, that was that night that you threw me that 93 tune. But like I said, I had a long way to go too. I probably could have been a lot faster.
So, Mauricio asks, lower temp thermostat is a good idea from my understanding. Just statement, I guess. But no. It's an electric thermostat. I guess the lower temp thermostat is just something you would change in the tune. I would say there's different running situations and there's different things that are factory mapped. It's not one consistent figure like as what you would have in a with just a spring basic hardware thermostat. But I don't recommend lowering the lowest number. I would say that if you want to move some of the higher numbers, like in idle and lower load situations, it actually increases the number. It has you run a little hotter, and I think it achieves better efficiency. It probably works the cats a little better. I would say that if you want to lower anything, you could lower those figures a little, but the base number, I would say leave it the same, the all over. Which I believe is around 80 something degrees Celsius, and then idle's around 100. I would say, you can bring the idle down a little bit, but don't mess with the rest of it. There's nothing to be really gained.
So
you need the engine to be hot. It needs to be at a certain temperature to function ideally. CSF, some people say good things about them.
I liked it. I mean, it was a nice simple throw in. I know some people say that the stock ones do fine.
I can't hear you. You've gone completely silent.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I said I liked my CSF. It's a pretty good drop-in radiator. I know some people say that the stock ones are fine, but it looks nice and it didn't serve me wrong whatsoever.
Good. The stock ones are fine.
What do you guys? I mean, I got mine for with a spell fan. And all the wiring, 280.
You got everything for cheap.
Yeah. What do you guys do to prevent oil pump nut failure? We went over this a couple times. There's some oil pump solutions as a whole. You can wire nut it, tack weld it.
Did XD just ask about Jared's car?
I don't think so. But on the forums,
one of my favorite E46 boosted builds is the red one on the forums.
I asked him. I said, "Do you have a link to the red E46?" Because I'm curious.
Yeah, it might be talking about Jared's car, who was in here earlier. Yes, that's Jared's car. Hellrot with fender flares.
We think, yeah.
Yeah, so there's technically one guy that also has a Hellrot car with a 2JZ in it. If you're talking about that one, it's a different car. If you're talking about the one with the M54 in it, that's Jared.
So that's very interesting. I've seen a lot of guys preach that it's completely required. Good to know. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of open discussion on M54 stuff, unfortunately. A lot of people go one way and then just preach it that way until somebody proves it wrong. Are you
talking about the oil pump nut?
No, he said that's interesting. He's talking about the port matching for the M50.
Oh, right.
Well, yeah, like a lot. I mean, this is with anything. A lot of people preach one thing until it's proven wrong.
Yeah.
And unfortunately a lot of people preach that the M54 couldn't handle 8 PSI until people were like, "Hey, I made 600 wheel." Like, what do you mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just a lot of it's the lack of.
And I mean,
you know what I mean?
We're also dealing with really old engines, and like we keep saying this over and over, but metal doesn't forget. It doesn't forget all the failures it experienced before it wound up in your hands, and chances are if you're making mistakes, you're probably not the first fuckhead to get a hold of this engine. Solid chance.
Right.
And so like a lot of this is rolling the dice. If you want like a super solid setup, you know, you might have to pay for like forged internals, and then that stuff could also fail depending on how far you want to push it.
Right, I know Mike Dodge was having head issues once going built.
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
making
like
well over
there's
700 on a track
you
car.
could, yeah, and he was doing that on the M54. Keeping the head on that is a
Yeah,
challenge.
just the
Like
aluminum is very meh. And that's the thing, is you're not buying brand new M54s. These have been through people's hands. And you get some
yeah.
you didn't want to replace.
Somebody asked about oil pump nut again.
Yeah,
Or was
I
it?
kind of addressed that. I said that there's a few different ways. You can do a whole oil pump solution. You can use some wire. You can weld it.
Yeah, you can do the. I like the GSR
Yeah,
personally.
that's the
but-
least failure rate out of the low failure rates.
Right. So I mean, the ultimate solution is dry sump, bro.
So I like this one. I'm gonna answer this first. XD said, should I boost my Shipbox 01 325 Ci? Yes, that's what my car started out as. I put a B30 in it, turboed it. It was so much fun. Even though I blew it up, I don't regret it. It's awesome. It's a lot of fun. Definitely worth the money. And then Bogdan said, what do you think about strapping an HX35 on an M54 B30? Good turbo for the engine.
So HX35 could mean such a broad range of things. Like I blame Wholeset for, like, they should have come up with more turbo names to apply to all of the turbos that they call HX35. It's so I don't. Yes, it's probably a decent sized turbo for the M54 B30. I would recommend something in the 0.6 to 0.8 AR turbine housing spec. I would recommend something more or less in the 60 millimeter, you know, compressor wheel size. I think that the Chinese 3582 probably should be everybody's first turbo. Just because it's such cheap
it's cheap
and accessible.
Yeah, cheap and accessible. It's definitely, it works.
It works. It makes power.
There's a ton
it's
of parts for
pretty
it. I mean,
reliable,
if you want a downpipe
actually.
for it, you can actually buy one from CX Racing.
Yeah, it's
Stuff
just
like
a
that.
2.5 inch, unfortunately, but
Yeah.
it like
If you have,
there
but
are
like
options.
let's say you have an HX30, so that seems to be the biggest reason people ask is they either have one sitting around or there's one on Craigslist for $50. You know, you can get a GT35 for $100, but what do you think if you already have an HX35 sitting around? Do you think it's worth going through?
I mean, I would say look at what it is. If it comes with a massive T4 housing, maybe not. You know, if the housing is over 1.0 and you want to run gasoline, I know that some of the whole set stuff is measured in centimeters, not in AR. But you know, if you have a massive turbine housing, you might not want to run that. You know, and you can go out on your search for parts, but you know, a turbine housing for a whole set is usually more, unless you're buying it very used and getting a good deal. It's probably more expensive than the 3582.
Right. JD said I just opted for the CSF since my old radiator cracked at the plastic end near the expansion.
Doesn't
tank.
it? Oh, wait.
Sorry.
I'm sorry to skip that because this is still on the same topic.
Doesn't it spool faster?
Doesn't it spool faster than the Chinese GT3582? Who knows? Because we don't know what the size of it is. If it's smaller, then probably. If it's larger, probably not. If the turbine's larger, which it almost certainly is, then that's also going to make it way lazier. The 3582 that comes with the CX Racing kit comes with a 0.63 AR turbine housing, which is objectively small, which is objectively very conducive to quick spool.
It's spool. I mean, you should make full boost between 3,400 and 3,600 on a B30 with a Chinese turbo.
I mean, 10-ish psi on a 30 on gasoline. So if you run E85, it's going to be sooner. It's going to be lower. 12 centimeter exhaust housing, T3. So he knows. 12 centimeters. I don't know exactly what that works out to, but that actually might be reasonable.
Right.
I want to say that might work out to like a 0.8 or 0.9, but I don't know the conversion directly for whole set or exactly what that works out to. I'm not super boned up on whole set turbine sizing right now, but that is a promising start. It's at least T3, and 12 is not completely absurd. So
usable.
it might be quite viable.
No, I was get the JD was talking about. And I always have a motto to upgrade things when they break. Yeah, I agree. I like to do the same thing. My thing is if something OEM breaks, it's nice to just replace it because eventually I end up upgrading things anyway. I know a lot of people will do this thing where they, they'll replace it with OEM and then sell it like 6 months later. The OEM piece they upgraded replace and then buy something upgraded. But no, you don't necessarily need to upgrade it either. I know you're very OEM fan. OEM radiator is pretty good setup.
Sort of. The reason why I like the OEM radiator so much is because the fin design is good, and I think that the capacity of the core to actually cool the fluid in it is the primary purpose of it. Yes, the CSF is larger, but and yes, they are a real radiator company, so they're more likely to not be complete idiots when it comes to designing fins, but the factory is very effective, and everything I've seen from logs doesn't exactly suggest that the CSF is better.
Are you talking about the CSF with the larger replacement or the normal replacement?
The larger replacement that I've seen in Rob's car and then your car.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Rob had it, no?
Yep, we both have it. So I've got some logs with it.
I like it. It looks nice. It doesn't work.
And I'm not completely against it. It's just I found that a lot of these, especially things that try to do aluminum fittings into the factory plastic clip style, especially Mishimoto, is just terrible.
Mishimoto as a whole, a lot of people put it as a standard where it's not. It's almost Chinese quality, honestly.
No, it is 100% Chinese.
It's so
bad.
It
is low quality eBay. It's almost not no name.
And it's so expensive too.
That's because they kind of made a name for themselves.
Well, that's the thing is people have compared the Mishimoto radiators to eBay ones with the fake Mishimoto, and they said it's the same thing. I had a Mishimoto rep literally say, just go buy an eBay one. It's the same thing. They both have a warranty.
Yeah.
And it's like half the price. And I'm like, wow.
Right.
I'm like, why buy it at all if it's so bad, though?
Right. It's,
no, Mishimoto. I'm actually sponsored, quote unquote, by Mishimoto because they have a sponsorship program. I was gonna put their oil cooler on because that was one of the only.
Well, shut your fucking mouth! No sponsor's ever gonna pick you up again.
Mishimoto Fitment is the trash. Yeah, Mashimoto. No, they're very literally. It's like you sign up on their email and then they send you a sticker package and then you get a one-time discount. It's not like
okay. Cool. Don't badmouth your sponsors. It's like a good thing to learn.
I don't think I'm sponsored by them anymore, technically.
Yeah, I know, but don't badmouth anybody that's ever sponsored you.
I'm not badmouthing. I'm just.
Just don't complain. Just don't talk about
I'm just quoting an employee. I'm just quoting an employee of Mishimoto. So if that's what they want to represent, then
let me disparage them. I don't like them either.
Yuri said, "Have you ever got the Works by a four-banger?" Oh, sorry.
Got the Works by a four-banger? What does that mean?
Like lost?
Have you ever lost to a four-banger?
In my car?
I think I've lost to an Evo.
Evos are fast. New GT.
I mean, it depends on what's done to that Evo. But yeah, like I lost like a 600 wheel Evo.
Right. No, some Evos are like okay. So let's say like an Evo 7 or Evo 8. They're actually kind of slow stock form. Like Evo 8, Evo 9. They're like 200 something horsepower. And then even bolt-on ones are like 300.
And they run low 13 stock.
Right.
That's not that slow for a complete stock.
Your E46 was getting near that 1A now.
I think that an Evo is objectively quick car. Like we only got Evos 7 through 10 in the United States,
No,
and
they're good
I
cars.
think that they're all wonderful
Oh,
cars.
they're amazing. They put the power down pretty well. They've got a great aftermarket support and.
Yeah, and then I like the DSM generation ones a lot better. Like I'm not a huge Evo X fan.
Oh no,
like the
I'm a 4G63 guy myself.
Right,
I tore
exactly.
my you know how I got my cams off my M54? I beat it with a 4G63 cam.
What?
Huh?
You beat it?
Yeah. No, I that's how I got the chain off of my broken M54. Because I didn't have the bolt stripped on the cam, so to get the cam gear off on the intake cam, I had to beat it off.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like something you ever got put back together.
No, that's the M54 I blew up, so I didn't really care.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's a procedure, but that's how I took it apart. I had some 4G63 cams laying around. They got some big cam gears. That's for sure. That enough to be a hammer.
Lobes. Oh, the cam gear.
Yeah. Oh, they're huge.
Okay.
Dude, they're like this big.
Yeah. No, 4G is a cool engine. It's a nice platform. They look kind of like 2JZs, which if you look at the hardware on the 2JZ, it actually, that is a place where I like the 2JZ, like the hardware that they use to hold down the cams and a lot of the serpentine drive hardware. It's nice. The M5X uses kind of dinky, like 6 or 7 mil cam hardwares, like little 10 millimeter nuts. It's just, or maybe 11. It's just awfully small.
Look at Jared's recent comment.
When are you and Tyler racing, or am I the only one left?
Okay, so Tyler is up in the air. I know he's partying on his car. He's gonna go turbo eventually, but life gets in the way, I suppose. For me, I want to race you. That'd be fun. I'd like to be Iron.
No, like, what's the point of 2 of my customers racing each other?
To see who's... Well, that's even more so better. That just shows who could put a car together better if the tuner is the same.
Yeah, but that's like not nearly as interesting as competing my tune against another tuner.
Well, I still want to race Tyler eventually. I don't know. I'd like to race all 3 of you guys, or all two of you. That'd be cool. I gotta put my car together. I like, well, because I want to go buy a 335 and then I do this and I want to go turbo my E46 overnight. Like, realistically, I could have my car running turbo within the next 6 months.
That would be awesome, and you should get on that. Jared just got an engine for $170. You should follow his example.
What do you mean follow his example? I got my engine for damn near free before.
Yeah, but you've got nothing right now that runs, so, like, your fault.
Fucker.
We've got 21 viewers now. Did we ever exceed 23?
We got to 28 at one point, maybe 30.
28, wow.
Yeah, we've been up and down. We were above 25 for the longest time.
We made 30% of the Joe Exotic figure.
30%? That's pretty good, not gonna lie.
That's alright.
Maybe we're just not as interesting. Mission
yeah,
Moto.
Look at Jared. Just called you out hard. Look at that shit.
Bro! I was going through some shiz biz, dude. I could have had my car back together. Okay, the difference is I sold everything. You know what I mean? And I also had a blown trans. Don't forget that.
You did.
I had a blown trans, blown engine, and
oh yeah, you're already out of gear. No, before you blew your engine, you're already out.
I only had third and fourth and fifth. Dude, I had third, fourth. I had third, fourth, fifth in a get rag, and I had no engine.
All right, so you needed to find some parts.
I could have easily. I had money. You know. You need tigers in the background. I agree.
No, man. He had a puppy. He was handling the puppy. My cat came in here and she wouldn't stop meowing. I'm not sure if you guys heard her.
Yeah, I have a cat over there too I can bring over. One thing I did want to go over, got the rad overflown hoses probably. I got it to work with RTV silicone. Yeah, I mean if it works, I guess.
JDM only is a boosted M52 2.5 worth it. Sure, man.
They just made
That sounds like a good engine.
Well, that's the 323 engine, correct?
Right. So that's a 2.5 liter version of the OBD2 motor.
Honestly,
you have the You can tune it to be either MS41, 42, or 43. Like you can put it on any of those systems, and it can be tuned to work. The the 2.5 is in a way more robust than the others. It is a cast crank, but it's not like anybody fails it ever.
Right, that's the thing, and what I've seen is the power capabilities of M5X, it almost falls in the same range depending on your setup. And like, yeah, you can make a little more, you can spool a little more with a bigger engine or with that forged crank, but usually you're not breaking. The parts that you're breaking are usually high up. You know what I mean?
Did you launch your car in third?
Yeah.
You blew your trans in third?
Sorry.
Oh. OS36 is blue trans from launching in third, by the way.
I dumped the clutch at 6,500 RPMs in second gear after doing 2 burnouts.
Were you doing a burnout?
No. This was standstill.
Why did you do that?
Because I'm dumb.
No, what were you trying to do?
Okay, so I did a first gear, and I just roasted. So I went first and second, and I ran out of room, and I couldn't get on the brake fast enough, because I'd push the front end forward if I was on the brakes. My brakes would lock, and I'd push. And so I'm like, hey, why don't I just try and start from second? I should have enough power, right? And I'm like, and I literally told everybody, I'm like, it might blow up, though. I'm like, this trans is kind of shit. I'd be surprised if it didn't blow up in a first gear, clutch dump. So I did second. It spun the video. You see the wheel spin maybe a quarter, and then just done. And then you hear my buddy go, "Did you blow the trans?" Or no, I said, "I think I blew the trans." He's like, "You blew the trans?" I'm like, "Yeah." So I have that. Yeah. But that was Get Rag as well. Do they have billet cranks?
I mean,
I'm sure you could make one. There's no need really.
Like our cranks are fine. It's not like our cranks. I mean, they have the vibrations in them, but that's not something you're gonna get rid of by just making it out of billet.
What is your next project? My next project is gonna be the E46 again. I think I'm just gonna go iron block and slap a big old turbo on it. I'm still deciding. Like after seeing the steed speed, I might save up and grab that and try and go with a discrete but that's the thing, it's like I already have a hole in my hood. I might as well just throw another hood exit, because I do like hood exits. My problem is I can't make up my mind. I want to be discreet and have a sleeper, because I love the idea of sleepers. It's super sick. You can make pretty good money doing that. It's pretty cool. I mean, you roll up next to an M3, a stock M3, in the setup I want, I could probably beat it, and it's like, holy fuck, this car from 2002 that makes 189 horsepower just slapped me, what? But at the same time, having a giant turbo sticking out, in the hood exit and seeing the flames is fucking cool. I don't know. I'll have to see what's most cost effective. I think I'm gonna grab I gotta get an engine first. Engine and trans, get that going NA, and then I'll start deciding.
All right. I think we need to wrap this up now because we've been on this shit for 4.5 hours.
Yeah. All right, sounds good.
And
me.
I need to go eat something.
I ordered Chinese food, so that'll be here eventually. Yeah. Thanks everybody who came out. Thanks everybody for asking questions, and the Hellrot E46 gave me motivation to build mine. Sweet. Yeah.
There you go.
That's what I hope my stuff would do, but I guess my cars are too much junk. Jared's Mr. Beast of E46s. Bending rods from putting up the gang, but I'm just kidding. I'll get my shit together. I'll make some better. Now that I know how to edit and I have some programs and I have some GoPros and I know my girl wants to get me a nice camera for.
And Jared, I'll look at those bent rods. I haven't seen them yet.
Anyways, I'll hopefully get more content. Definitely tuning content. I do want to set something up, but like I said, I want to have the best grasp I can, so I'm not giving out any unnecessary steps or any false information, or I want it to be the easiest process I can convey.
Yeah, this was fun. We might do this again if you guys come up with some good questions. So
yeah, for sure. Thanks Jules, you especially for coming out.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Also, somebody else says live right now. We got 18 concurrent viewers, I suppose, if Drift HQ. He's a cool guy. I have him on my Facebook.
Who?
What's his name?
they're Brazilians too.
Yeah, no, they did an N54 swap. Thanks for the stream.
Yeah, I saw the N54 E46. They could be doing the S54 E36.
Yeah, I know they're doing that as a swap.
I don't know why they did that N54. That seemed...
So are you doing Q&As again? Yes, please. And then somebody else said they'd like to... Yeah, I'd like to do another stream. Probably not 4 hours, 45 minutes long, but that's what ends up... This is commonplace. I thought it'd be cool to do a live stream because me and Jules will get on a phone conversation and talk about this stuff randomly for damn near half the time of this. Just us.
Yeah, but this is fun with other people asking questions.
Well, then it gets recorded and people can get the information. And it's not like our conversations are dead conversations, but it's like we spend 4 hours talking and then I go to bed and that's that. But this at least is gonna stick around and people can get the information they need. I'm gonna look at the analytics after this. I'll send you the information, Jules. But thanks everybody who came out. If you're watching this after and you somehow made it through 4 hours 46 minutes, or you're skipping through, I'm gonna try and do timestamps. I'm gonna try and separate the videos. Hopefully, now I have to go through 4 hours. I might just go through. We have pre-recorded footage. Might just edit that at this point. Because it's just I either have 3 hours of editing or 4.5. So yeah, another person said do another stream. I will. Definitely if Jules is down, I'll probably do another stream myself, especially because
this was fun. I'd be down to do it again.
A lot of people are home, so.
Yeah, thanks to you, 19 people watching. It's appreciated. Thanks for participating in the chat. It's been real. Looking forward to doing it again.
And one last thing, if you want to contact me or Jules, Jules' name is right up on the stream, and then my information is down below. Facebook, Alex Nadolski. Instagram is Chaiton Bimmer, and then my YouTube, of course, is Chaiton Bimmer. So if you need to contact me, you can contact me there. I can get you in touch with Jules. Otherwise, you can try and contact him through Facebook or IB Racing on Instagram. So thanks for watching. I'm going to end the stream now. See you guys in the next one, and have a great day. Enjoy your quarantine, buddies.
Yeah, have a good quarantine, people. Watch more Joe Exotic.
Yes, sir.